Yo, what's going on, guys? What's up? Oh my god, man. I'm like it's like 10 seconds until this starts. I'm like freaking out, dude. I tried to get on here as like fast as I could. So oh, man. You guys ready? I mean, dude, like I literally just showed up like last friggin' second, dude. Oh my god, I'm like trying to get the thumbnail together. I'm trying to like do all this stuff like last minute, dude. And I don't even hear it. Oh, here we go.
That feeling of just knowing a game is right for you when you first lay eyes on it is such a great feeling.
The thing that happens is you start to feel the excitement just build up.
I'm thinking about it all the time.
Oh, Crip, dude.
My sleep.
Fucking Diablo legend, man.
I play video games because I love stories.
Experiencing worlds that you can't experience as yourself.
I guess video games allow me to be what I can't. It's fiction, but it's not.
And come home, log onto your PC, and disappear into a different world.
I am a part of something bigger, a part of something beautiful.
As an autistic person, video games give me a place where I could be in a world that made sense to me.
I will tell you that all of my family play video games.
Me and my brothers, we would share the computer 1 hour at a time.
저는 제 와이프랑 게임을 가장 많이 해요.
I'm really enjoying playing video games with my dad.
My children.
My little sister. That connection between video games, allowing us to converse with each other, added a lot to our relationship.
Games like the World of Warcraft let me meet people that I probably never would have.
I can honestly say I met some of my best friends through playing games.
We have this connection that allows us to share our joys, to share our achievements, to share our growth together.
Every time I'm able to achieve something, I'm able to make myself proud.
Killing heroic Blackhand back in Warlords of Draenor was one of my favorite memories.
I managed to find that one hidden pylon with my one Mutalisk.
We beat hardcore Inferno Diablo.
I was able to hit gold in competitive.
Dude, Crip was doing some crazy stuff, man.
I can't lose to a girl, and I beat that guy.
Diablo legend, man.
To slay this warlock as a little gnome holy priest, freaking out and screaming the whole time.
Adrenaline through my body was going crazy.
Pela caminhada ter sido tão prazerosa e pela conquista ter vindo.
A gente se sentiu muito, caramba, a gente conseguiu algo incrível aqui.
I killed the Lich King! I killed the Lich King!
然后我夺冠的时候，现场的女性工作人员，包括有些男的工作人员，他们都哭了。
Many years ago, I was doing a quest in Terracar Forest, and a lovely little mage came up and said, "Would you like a hand?" They helped me for the rest of the day. We've been married now for over a decade.
Those video games filled a void. They filled the friendships that I didn't have. There isn't a huge LGBTQIA+ community in my city. So when I was able to...
I turned it down a little bit for you guys so you can hear me.
You didn't really care that I was a gay male.
But video games were my escape.
Does everything sound good, guys? Like the audio with my audio and all that, is it good?
To escape from that sort of reality. Everything happens for a reason, and I'm just glad video games were there for me.
I'll never stop playing video games.
There's no way.
I imagine myself.
Good. All right. Cool. Thank you.
Grandpa gamer.
Playing video games has shaped me. I don't think I would be who I am today.
My passion, my interest, my excitement, they belong.
Video games opened for me the world.
And because of that, I'm forever thankful.
And I can't wait to see what the next generation holds.
Welcome to BlizzCon Live, a celebration of 30 years of Blizzard communities, 30 years of Blizzard games. 30 years is so many years, and last year maybe felt like one of the longest of all. But throughout the years of Blizzard Entertainment, from 1991 to today, many of us can associate certain games with milestones in our lives. Maybe you were a little kid the first time you played The Lost Vikings.
They gotta sell those little Blizzard shirts, dude. I like them.
You first played a Diablo game.
They're fancy.
Or maybe you met your partner while you were playing World of Warcraft. That's the awesome thing about video games. They give us experiences that are relevant to the times in our lives and experiences that we carry forward with us. Games are here for us during good
And
times.
just so you guys know, it's gonna be like an hour until they talk about Diablo. So it's gonna be like an hour of this stuff.
Familiar, comfortable, with a connection and a sense of belonging. And while many of us spent most of 2020 in our actual real-life homes, games became even more of a place to get away, to be free from outside concerns, even if just for a little while. So, this is pretty weird. Usually,
it's pretty
when we
weird.
start BlizzCon, the opening call is to my favorite Warcraft faction, the Alliance.
Ah, dude.
My favorite faction, the Horde. I get
Yeah, dude, it's for the Horde.
Usually, I'd be speaking to 40,000 of you in person at the Anaheim Convention Center and millions of you around the world. And usually, that would be a perfect way to celebrate. But nothing about the last year has been usual. The pandemic has been hard on everyone, and for many different reasons. But if there's one thing that the last year has taught us, it's that being apart physically doesn't stop us from moving forward. It doesn't stop us from connecting with our player friends around the world, diving in as warriors and heroes, and checking on each other as humans. It doesn't stop us from sharing our latest epic gaming story or celebrating those of others. Games continue to unite us. Now, to be honest, I wasn't sure how well Blizzard could work from home. There are thousands of people, all needing to work together in creating our universes, games, and experiences. Never has it felt more true that it takes a Blizzard to make a Blizzard game. And in 2020, it became clear that the magic of creating a Blizzard isn't just tied to a physical location. It's tied to the people who work here, and I continue to be so proud of each and every one of them. Thank you, Blizzard. We create these games and pour all of our energy and heart into them, but it is you, the Blizzard community, that brings them to life. And that's why BlizzCon Live is a celebration of you, the guild leaders, healers, DPS, tanks, innkeepers, Zerg, Terran, Protoss.
Sorry I haven't been looking at the chat, though. What's going on, Will Knox? How you doing, man?
And of the storm. These next few days,
Everybody else? Bunch of people?
For World of Warcraft, we'll be showing you what's next for both Shadowlands and Classic. I'm sure you're all burning in anticipation for that one. Hearthstone is getting back to its roots in a major way. We can't wait to show you how. We also have news for our Diablo community. Some of you were able to dip your toes into the depths of hell in the Diablo Immortal Technical Alpha. I really
Terrible,
enjoyed
dude. Terrible.
seeing players embrace the multiplayer aspect.
No, dude, it's terrible. I saw it. It looks like Diablo 3 phone game. I mean, I'm sorry, dude.
So, only the beginning of the year.
Looks terrible.
Already, there is so much to look forward to, even though we can't yet be together in person. The Overwatch League.
I mean, it might be a good game though. I mean, who knows? It doesn't look that good though.
If the San Francisco Shock can continue their championship run. World of Warcraft esports is back with the Arena World Championship and
So I got this thing. So like if I'm happy, keep it. We'll put it right there. If I'm happy, I'll keep it on this. All right, and if I'm mad, we'll go like this. I mean, I guess I'm okay right now. I'll put that right there. Put them on there. There we go. What the? What is with the music, dude? Sorry, yeah, sorry I muted it. You guys hear it now? Cool. It's been a while, guys. You know. Oh man. The volume is unbalanced. Is it too loud or?
The Blizzard Arcade Collection, featuring the Lost Vikings, Rock and Roll Racing, and Blackthorn. These are ports of the games, just as you remember, allowing you to relive the original experience, all 3 titles, in 13 different languages, with a couple of quality of life upgrades.
Kind of low.
As an example, we include very modern, cutting-edge functionality that wasn't available in the early 90s, both saving and loading of games.
I'm too loud and Blizz is too low.
Any Blizzard Digital Anniversary Bundle via Battle.net, you'll automatically receive the Blizzard Arcade Collection.
I'm
on
so
PC
sorry.
Today. Now, you ready to hear about some other video games? Let's hear what's next for World of Warcraft.
Thumbs up if it sounds good now. If Blizzard volume and my volume sound good. Now it's good? Okay.
Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining us today.
Yeah, I'm sorry, guys.
No
It's
matter
just
where
been a
you
while,
are, World
you
of
know?
Warcraft unites
It's
us
like the
all.
first time I've like even messed
Whether
with
you're
OBS in
exploring
a
the
long time.
Shadowlands, Classic Azeroth, or another part of the Blizzard universe, I'm glad you could make it.
Yeah.
Because we've got a lot of good stuff to show you. But first, let's start with some Covenant Pride. Kyrian, take flight. Night Fae, let the hunt begin. Necrolords, to war! Vintha, let's party. The world has thrown a lot at us since the last BlizzCon. And the thing that's really kept everyone going on the WoW team has been connecting with all of you. The bonds we forge with our guilds and family and friends in WoW are powerful and real. As WoW enters its 16th year and Blizzard celebrates its 30th anniversary, we're so grateful to have the most dedicated and friendly communities in gaming. Let's recap the events in Azeroth. In WoW Classic, we fought an endless battle for South Shore and Tauren Mill. We banded together to open the gates of Ahn'Qiraj and joined forces to
I actually
take
played
down
WoW
Kel'Thuzad
Classic
in his
more
bloody citadel
than
of Naxxramas.
Diablo 2.
In Shadowlands,
If that gives you guys an
we helped our
idea
covenant
of how much I
recover from
played
the
WoW.
anima drought
Like,
brought on by Sire Denathrius,
as soon as WoW
master
came
of
out, like,
Inthir
I think my
and
mom bought it
traitor
for me because she
to
knew
the
I liked
Pantheon of
Diablo
Death.
2.
We survived
So I had
the
like
balls of
WoW when it
Gorgas
first came
and
out,
crafted
and then
legendary
like,
gear in our
dude,
efforts
me and my
to
brother
expel
just played for
Denathrius
like,
from his castle lair.
I don't know, years.
Innocent souls are still wrongfully
Like that was
being
just
sent
like
to
my
Maw.
life, dude.
They face an eternity of torment.
I
and
quit.
heroes
I
like
quit
Anduin
after
remain chained in its depths. The jailer
what's
continues to
like
grow in
Lich
power.
King was the
He's
last
preparing to
expansion I
break
played. I
free
played
from
that
the
one a
law
lot, and then after that,
complete
I just
his
kind of
plan
quit.
to unmake the entire Warcraft universe.
Hey, what's up, dude?
And Sylvanas, you may be wondering what she's been up to all this time. Today, we're excited to unveil our first major content update for Shadowlands, Chains of Domination.
Look around you! What makes you believe you're not just a weapon to achieve his ends?
Enough! Join our cause, or be made to serve.
Right now, you hold all the power. Make your choice, Sylvanas Windrunner.
Dude, the WoW cinematics are insane, dude.
Despite all our efforts,
I mean, most of Blizzard's cinematics are pretty insane, man.
what if Denathrius' treachery is irreparable? The Primus is lost, and Bastion cannot save the Shadowlands alone.
None of this.
You just can't deny the quality of World of Warcraft, though. I mean, the game is just... I mean, World of Warcraft is like 1 or 2.
My archive,
Probably on my list with
a
Diablo.
living soul seeks an audience.
A mortal.
A king.
I just don't know what
By all
content
our
I put out
measures.
for it. That'd be cool.
One who has spent his life striving for justice. One who would give anything to serve his people. One whose heart is true.
Very well. He may approach.
I didn't like Kata, though. That was like what ruined it for me. That'd be like going in Diablo 2 and destroying the rogue encampment. Like, who does that?
My Ascended have spoken of you.
Heck.
The king, held captive in the Maw.
That prison could not hold me forever.
Why have you come?
But like these cinematics and stuff, I've never really watched these. Like these little like kind of cartoon cinematics.
You.
Like the Lich King.
Release this soul
Lich
from
King
your
cinematic, dude,
grasp.
that was just
No. He is bound to me.
was like the greatest thing ever from Blizzard.
Your own brother. The vessel performed its part flawlessly. 3 keys remain.
I mean, like, they just put so much work, like, in the World of Warcraft, man. Like, the soundtrack, the zones, everything, man.
That is so intense. I know you probably have a lot of questions about what you just saw and what it means for the next stage of your Shadowlands journey. Later today, my teammates Ian and Jeremy will be telling you more about
they're supposed to talk about Diablo in 40 minutes.
Please check out the
I
World
think.
of Warcraft channel to find out more. Next, I'm excited to share our upcoming World of Warcraft charity pet program. We've heard a lot from our community about how much they love these pets and the opportunity to give to a good cause, along with ideas to make the program even better. So during this upcoming campaign, you'll be able to donate whatever amount you wish to directly support our chosen charity. Once donations reach our goal, everyone playing World of Warcraft will get a pet for their collection as a thank you, whether you were able to contribute personally or not. And to make this a fun challenge, if we reach a stretch goal, everyone gets a second pet too. And here they are. The first pet is Bananas, literally. He was originally available to
There, I turned it up a little bit for you.
Burning Crusade era, so we're excited to give everyone a chance to adopt him. And if we reach our stretch goal, you'll also get Daisy the Sloth. She's an all-new pet who'll hang around your neck when you need a hug. Your donation during this
Elliot,
campaign will go to
no, I
support
didn't start a second
medical
channel. I've just
humanitarian
been,
organization, Doctors
you know,
Without
dealing with
Borders,
real life and.
also known by their French
But
name,
I got a lot of
Médecins
Diablo
Sans
announcements for you
Frontières,
guys
or MSF.
soon, probably
They're an
after
amazing
all
group
this.
doing important work
Kind of
around
just
the world.
it really just depends on if they announce the remaster or not. If they don't,
And we hope you'll help support this worthy cause.
I mean, then I don't know what I'm gonna
We'll be
do,
sharing
really.
Details about the charity pet program on the World of
Like, I'll just
Warcraft
do other stuff.
website.
Like, I got a lot of Diablo 2 content
So
to do.
we've talked quite a bit about Shadowlands.
But if they remaster
Classic
the
players,
Diablo 2, then
now
I'm gonna
it's
have
your
to do a
turn.
bunch of content
It's
on
my
that as well.
pleasure to hand off to my teammate, Holly Longdale. She's a longtime WoW player, a veteran MMO developer, and she's going to tell us what's in store for WoW Classic.
Damn, now the volume's all loud. Jeez.
Hi, everybody. First, I'd like to thank all of you who have ever been part of the WoW community over the years. You know, online worlds like WoW have been a huge part of our lives for decades now. As a dedicated MMO fan and a developer myself, I remember
It's a pretty cool
hearing that
stage.
Blizzard was going to be making their own MMO. And I thought, well, I guess I'll check out that beta. And sure, we all call the game WoW.
Oh yeah, I got dude, I got like
Wow. I could not
Sauce Cuber. I got like 200 Diablo builds that I just didn't do videos on. It's just so overwhelming. Like, I mean, I got a lot of stuff going on in real life, but I have so much Diablo 2 content that, like, I feel like my YouTube channel is just like
a place I love
not even like,
Since last year,
it's like I
I've had the
took
great
one
honor
step,
to work alongside the WoW Classic
and that's where
team
my channel
to
is
bring
now.
these
Like, there's
nostalgic
just
experiences back to life
sometimes I just
for a
look at my
longtime fan
videos and I'm
and
like,
a
dude, that's
whole
all
new
you did,
generation of players.
you know?
As a fan
Because I just
myself,
have
I've had
so many ideas and
From the
so much
simple
content I
things like
want to do
drive-by buffing or
that I
making
just never
friends
even
on
got
that
around to
long
it. I
haul
mean,
from Teldrassil to Ironforge.
but you guys will know more soon. Like, I have a lot of announcements to
When
make.
I jumped blindly through the dark portal and was running
There's
through
like a
the
lot of
Fire
things I've been
Peninsula,
working on for like a long
heard this
time.
terrifying noise, and then saw the
All right,
Fell
Zura,
Reaver,
see you, man.
biggest roamer I had
Yeah, really
ever
good to see
seen,
you too, dude.
And I was very glad I had faith
Hit me up
after
on
that moment.
Discord anytime, man.
And that's the thing about WoW. These stories and
And sorry, I'm not like keeping up with the comments,
keep us
guys.
coming back time after time.
I don't know. I'm just not like.
With that said, I'm
I don't
super
think I'm really
excited to be
known
able
for
to
being
share
a
with you
streamer.
where our
So
adventures
I'm not
are
really
taking
used to
us
streaming and
next.
multitasking and all that. And it wasn't that I got burnt out. I mean, I mean, honestly, dude, just a lot of real life stuff that I'd probably talk about in another video. I could probably give you guys more details, you know, on another video. It's freaking loud again, man. I mean, just a lot of personal things happened to me, you know, like the past 2 years. I mean, within my family and, you know, just personal stuff, moving. I moved so many times the past few years, and it's just exhausting and hard to catch up. And, you know, COVID and, you know, COVID, normal depression, stuff like that. You know? What's up, Ivan? I think I'm just gonna talk to you guys until they talk about Diablo stuff, because like I'm not really watching this WoW stuff. They just announced BC Classic. Is that what I just saw? So I wasn't even like looking.
I'll turn your world upside down.
You are not prepared.
Nice, dude. Dude, what was that expansion? Burning Crusade, dude. That was a hard expansion, dude. I could not progress in raids or anything. It was just ridiculous. I mean, awesome expansion though. What's going on, Shadow?
Alive in Netherstorm, the Draenei in Exodar, the Blood Elves in Silvermoon.
Thanks, DM Roleplays.
Do you choose to enlist the Aldor or the
Thanks,
Squires
Elliot.
in your quest to fight the Legion? And of course, we can't
Ethan,
forget
thank you guys so much.
gathering
Thanks for the
all
nice
your
comments. I
friends
appreciate
to
it.
fight Illidan at the top of the Black Temple.
They're going to talk about Diablo in 30 minutes from like what I saw on the schedule. Obviously, they're starting it with World of Warcraft because that's the biggest thing in Blizzard.
Players are expecting from this kind of experience. We've also learned
can you try not to swear as much? Yeah, sure.
and where we all might be open to some changes. We're bringing all these lessons into Burning Crusade Classic, with our primary goal to bring back the same feeling you had.
How old am I? I'm 32.
For the first time, or
I mean, I shave a lot, so dude, I mean, I look like I'm like 20, but yeah, I'm 32.
We can't get this right without you, our incredible community. Soon, you'll be able to revisit Outland yourself when beta starts and tell us what you think. Later, all WoW Classic players are going to be presented with a meaningful choice for each.
Yeah, we could just sit here and talk. I'm just gonna turn this down.
Do you want to move on
World
into
of Warcraft.
Burning Crusade Classic?
But
or
so what happened? I mean, if you guys aren't caught up on the Diablo news, so basically the big rumor
whatever you decide, you can do it
is
all
that
with your one WoW subscription.
there's a company that remastered a bunch of games like Crash Bandicoot and Tony Hawk, and supposedly they're the ones remastering Diablo 2. So, and then there's just a lot of rumors like that, and
we're gonna hear what's coming up in
I mean, listen, dude, I hate to sound so negative all the time, like, about Diablo stuff, but it's just, it's so true, man. Like, why are you guys having, if it's true, why are they having another company work on the remaster? It just doesn't really make any sense to me. So, and I mean, there's just a lot of things. I mean, I don't know if the game will look good. If they remaster Diablo 2, like what patch will they use? I mean, the patch is like a big deal. I mean, you go from like Diablo 2 Classic to Lord of Destruction, patch 1.09 to patch 1.10. Like those three versions of the game are like completely like different, you know?
We launched a brand new game mode, Duels, that saw more than 10 million matches on its first day. We also introduced our long-awaited achievement system and made a significant overhaul to the rewards and progression within the game. Now, it's time to say farewell to the Year of the Phoenix and see what's in store for Hearthstone this year.
Yeah, they lost a lot of stuff with Diablo.
over the last couple of years, we've made big changes to Hearthstone.
I mean, there's
Throughout
just
the Year
like
of the Griffin, we want to keep
so many
delivering
things I could go
fun,
over about
new
it.
experiences, and make
And I
sure
mean,
that the
a
tens of
lot,
millions
like
of you
a lot of
playing
other
Hearthstone
Diablo 2 streamers, a lot of Diablo streamers, they just do not talk about it. I don't know why,
biggest shake-up
but like
ever.
they just
With the
don't
launch
talk about
of the
Blizzard
Core
North that much.
later
I
this
mean,
year.
it'd be
The
like
core set replaces the old basic and classic sets.
trying to find a
with
good
collection
way
of
to explain this.
235
You know,
cards
even with the whole
made
thing
up
with
of
Diablo
some of
3,
the
it's
best
just like a
throughout the
strange
year,
situation.
as well as
Like with
29
World of Warcraft,
awesome
imagine
brand new
if
cards.
everyone on the
The
WoW
best thing about
team,
the core
I
set
always think of this, imagine
is
if
it's
everyone on the
entirely
WoW
free.
team,
So, there's never been a better time to get into Hearthstone.
trying to freaking think
Here at
straight, man,
Three
I do not
Hearthstone's
stream often.
legendary
So
draft,
imagine everyone on the WoW
reimagined
team
to feel more up to date
quit
and
or they got
competitive
fired.
to modern day Hearthstone.
And then the Diablo team comes to work on World of Warcraft, and then they make it all dark and everything.
Right away.
You know, it's the same thing they did with Diablo. Like the whole Diablo team left,
He'll fill your hand with spells
and then they brought
as a
in World of
powerful
Warcraft
late
people to
game
work on Diablo,
worthy of the aspect.
and then they just completely changed the
And
game. I mean, like, what
Everyone's
are you guys
favorite
doing?
Black Dragon,
And
Deathwing.
like Diablo 3
Still as
looked
destructive
good.
as
Like
ever.
it looked good
Time
before it
break.
came out. I'm like,
won't
man,
leave
this looks
you
amazing, but the
empty-handed.
game was not good.
Will also
That's
be
what I'm
launching
kind of worried
a
about
brand
with
new format,
Diablo 4.
where you can play Hearthstone
Is that the game just
as
isn't
it
going to
was
look,
when it first
it's going to look good, but it's not, the
classic
gameplay
format
isn't going to be that
fully
good.
supported, complete
And
with
they're
rank
just already
and
doing
rewards
things that just
using
don't make any
Hearthstone's
sense to me.
original set of
Like,
cards.
they
So,
took the Isrune
you
and
want to
completely
relive the
changed
old
it.
school experience,
Like, the Isrune,
is the place for you.
like, I think it does like Gold
Classic
Find or
revisiting the
something
past.
stupid
Now,
like that. Like, what
let's
are you
take a
guys
look
doing?
to the future and explore the first expansion of the year of the Griffin.
I don't know what they're doing.
For a hero of the Horde, all roads lead to the crossroads. You have come for adventure, but the Barons wants to break
The old Diablo team is like all over the place.
must be shot.
Some of them are working on Torchlight. You know, David Brevik's working on like his own game
And your
by himself.
must be mighty.
I mean, and dude, I get so many Diablo 3 streamers like getting pissed off at me because like I don't like Diablo 3. Like there's a reason why I don't like it. And I don't like it because you know, dude, this is too different, man. It's just not a good game.
And honor.
It's just not good.
This is who we are.
And it's just so many other things are like involved, like the whole, like there's so many negative things that happen, dude, like with the whole like team change and everything. I mean, like, dude, it's Blizzard North's game, and no one at Blizzard North works on Diablo anymore except like Wyatt Cheng, the dude that announced Diablo Immortal. And it's just like they make so many mistakes. They're just like, what are you guys doing? You know, and like I love them. Like I love Blizzard to death. Like Blizzard is like, you know, home to me. You know what I mean? But they just make the worst decisions with Diablo. I love what they do with like World of Warcraft most of the time. But it's like, dude, you guys don't know what you're doing with Diablo, man. I'm telling you. And like everyone on the team, like I don't even know if they've ever played Diablo 2. Or really played a lot of the Diablo games. I mean, they're on the team and they say they like Diablo, but I've never seen them play the game. Like what the heck, dude? You guys are developing Diablo, you never even played the game?
Who's making his first appearance?
What are you doing?
in Hearthstone. The legendary Blade Master Samuro, featuring the new keyword Frenzy. Frenzy activates the first time a minion takes damage and survives.
Hey, what's going on?
In Samuro's
K and FF.
this can be used to clear your opponent's board.
What's up, Alex?
Heroes of the Horde, like Samuro, are famous for their combat prowess.
I don't know. I feel bad, and dude, I feel like it like sounds like such a negative thing to like
Take a look at this
you
new
know,
shaman
rip
spell.
on like the Diablo team and like rip on Blizzard for like what they do with Diablo, but it's just it's so hard to like be happy about it because they just make the just terrible decisions, and they just show in so many ways that like they don't even play the game, dude. Like,
You'll also notice that they're categorized.
what was it, like 3 years ago, right? They showed a screenshot of a Diablo mod. It was like a Diablo, I'm sure you guys remember, it's like a Diablo 2 inventory, and then it had Diablo 1 items on it. Like, how do you guys not see that? That'd be like me, that'd be like, okay, like Blizzard announcing Diablo 2 remaster, and they show a screenshot of Media in Excel. Like, how do you make that mistake, dude? Like, you work for Blizzard.
It introduces a brand new way to play with your favorite heroes. Hearthstone Mercenaries. Mercenaries features strategic RPG.
I need to get some water
where
though.
you build teams
I BRB.
consisting of some of the most iconic heroes and villains from the Warcraft universe, including timeless characters like the infamous Sylvanas Windrunner and Ragnaros, the elemental lord of fire. You can also expect to see some of Hearthstone's fan favorites. Like the
I mean, I'm really terrible at streaming though, and like, as I'm really sorry, like I don't stream often, and like I kind of don't know how to act on stream because it's kind of like, you know, in the moment thing. And when I do YouTube videos, I can kind of just, you know, edit stuff in them in ways so it looks how I want.
And can even evolve into more powerful versions of themselves.
And like, I get really nervous, dude. Like like lots of anxiety, you know, so it's like really rare that like I even go live. But I mean, with, you know, BlizzCon and like all the, you know, Diablo 2 remaster rumors and stuff, like I feel like it's important that I like be here, and like, you know, I feel like you guys want me to be here, and you know, everyone's always asking where I'm at, what am I doing, and I mean, I'm doing the best I can. Like, I really feel bad that, you know, I've been gone for so long, and
all of us at Hearthstone, we want to thank the many millions of you who play our game. Your dedication and support.
But
is what
you know, like
drives us to make
COVID
awesome
and
updates
depression and
ambitious and fun ideas.
stuff like that,
We can't wait
you know,
to kick off the year
really
with
make it hard
all
to
of
come on
hope to see
YouTube.
you in the game
Like,
Next up,
like,
you get an update
it's hard to
on all
explain this to
things
people
Diablo.
when like they're not like a content creator, like a YouTuber or anything. Like, it's a lot of pressure, dude. You know, like, it's a lot of pressure to like come on stream and do videos, and it's really hard to do it when you're
Thank you very much for
sad. But
joining.
here's Diablo
I am
stuff. Let's
so
do this.
excited to kick off the Diablo segment of our show.
Dude, I like this guy,
honored to
man.
be here on behalf of all of our Diablo team.
He's a vegan.
to
I like
share the
vegans.
News and updates we have in store for you today. We've got a lot of Diablo to cover.
I got a good
Hope you'll
feeling about
agree
this,
with me
dude.
That it's a great time to be a member of this community.
Here, we'll put this up here so we can.
All right, let's kick things off with Diablo 4. We first shared our game with you during BlizzCon of 2019, and we've been truly humbled by your response. We've kept in touch through quarterly updates and sincerely appreciate the thoughts and valuable feedback you've provided as we unveil more and more of the game and share in its development. After all, Diablo belongs to you as much as it belongs to us. Most recently,
Belongs to Blizzard North,
we
dude.
released an update to our campfire.
Yeah.
system, and savvy fans, of course, understood that we meant more than just the character lighting and fire visual effects. That's right. Today, we're happy to announce a brave new soul joining the barbarian, the sorcerer, and the druid on this dangerous journey back to Sanctuary. A class is one of the most exciting things you can announce in a Diablo game. This one is especially exciting to me, as it's a re-envisioning of one of the first classes to ever appear in the series. Let's have a look.
Your prayers do not fall on deaf ears. Just now, they are being heard. There is justice within the light.
Pray with me. May Akarat guide and protect me.
Pray.
May Akarat
Send my
guide
blessings.
and protect me.
May he shepherd my soul
May he shepherd my soul
and grant it mercy.
And grant it mercy.
What are you doing here? This is not the time.
But this is confession. And I have sinned. I was a thief who stole from
I like
those
that little
who
cross
fought
thing that
me.
they have in the Diablo 4 stuff.
I strayed from your light
Oh, no.
and found my trade in the shadows. They call it murder.
Yo, it better not be a demon hunter. Dude, no. It better be an Amazon. Demon hunter? Oh, get that out of here. I won't be doing that. Assassin?
I am a thief, a heretic, a murderer.
It's a rogue?
Father, will Akarat save me?
Better be assassin without all the bugs and the terrible damage.
But those monsters were a scourge upon my flock. And you were the answer to their prayers.
Then we are settled, and you owe me.
The name you seek is... Thank the heavens for you.
Heavens, I assure you, Father, the heavens didn't send me.
Rogue. Kind of looks like an Amazon though. Yeah, a lot of you guys called that with the rogue. That's like a Diablo 1 thing. I think. Oh, dude, it was Endario right there. Hell, dude. Man, dude, she'd be doing a lot of PvP, man. Dang.
Just the sound of that ear getting pierced by the hook is so brutal. I feel like it's gonna haunt me for a long time.
Dude, they're gonna announce Diablo 2 remaster.
Ever since the original Diablo.
They keep having the Diablo 2 music playing.
NPCs and mercenaries.
Like they're hinting at
Rogue
it.
encampment served as a great bridge between the games. With the setting of Diablo 4 being a larger world than we've ever played in before, we're excited to show you not just what the successors to the original rogues in the series have been up to since the fall of their order, but also what some of the other rogues.
Yeah, man, I'm telling you, dude, she did a lot of PvP.
The mantra for Diablo 4 has been customization first, and the rogue takes this to a whole new level. From the beginning, the rogue has been an incredibly flexible class, able to adapt to any situation. Our goal is to let you create the kind of rogue that you want to play. Whether it's an unrivaled
See, I don't know, dude. The game looks so good,
original sisterhood,
but you just won't know until it comes out.
rogue from the darkest alleys of Chaldeum. In Diablo 4, you will have the freedom to create the rogue that you imagine. by
It's all about the
customizing
gameplay, dude.
looks,
I'm telling
the
you.
background, and the playstyle of your character. Please stick around for our segment later today. where I'll be joined by other members of the Diablo 4 team to share a closer look at the Rogue class.
Listen, man, you guys better fix rune
Some of
words.
the open world gameplay that we're bringing to the game. Spoilers, those severed ears are not just for show. But Diablo 4 is not the only Diablo game we're talking about today.
No, dude.
If you're looking
Get
for
this
an
out of here.
authentic Diablo experience on mobile,
Listen, man,
we've got you
I'll try to be as positive as I can
Diablo
about this,
Immortal
but this
has
game just looks
everything you'd
terrible.
expect from a AAA
No,
action
dude.
RPG.
No.
From the
No,
visceral
look at
combat
this.
and
Hell
epic
no.
loot to an all-new
Nope.
story, bridging the
There we
gap
go.
between
I'm
the
angry
events of
about
Diablo
this.
2 and Diablo 3. Later today, you can join the Immortal team, where they'll talk about some of the things they've learned from their recent alpha test.
Skip it. I can't. I can't skip it. It's on the
Still
schedule.
not all. We have one last bit of very exciting Diablo news to cover. When you hear us talk about the classes, the items, or the stories of the early Diablo games, you may have
I swear, if they don't remaster Diablo 2, they better fix the bots or something.
for that golden
It's
era of
ridiculous.
Diablo. Maybe you share that love of the classics, and just hearing us talk about them makes you want to take on Mephisto or Baal one more time. Or maybe even
Yeah.
for the first time. After all, some of our favorite moments happened a long time ago, and not just in Sanctuary years.
Mephisto, dude.
If so, we have a special surprise for you today. Let's check it out.
Oh, yep. Here we go. Here it is. I'm calling it Diablo 2 Resurrected. Yep. Yep, it's Bale, dude.
Lord of Terror.
Let's fucking go, dude.
Though this be our darkest hour, it may yet be your greatest moment.
Ooh. Kind of looks like Diablo 4's engine. They better nerf those hammers though. That's way overpowered. On PC and consoles. Man, dude, this looks different.
Not even death can save you from me.
Rumors are true. 2021, wow. Dang, dude.
After more than 20 years, the Dark Wanderer has returned. And once again, he travels east. Always east. Diablo 2 is a landmark game for Blizzard. Diablo 2 Resurrected is a full HD remaster of both the original game.
Dude, they got a lot of balancing issues to deal with, though, dude. There's so many things that are unbalanced in D2, man.
Sprite-based classic that we love and brings it into the present in 3D, utilizing up-to-date graphical rendering and lighting technologies. It also includes modernizing all 27 minutes of cinematics, recreated shot for shot.
Better not be like 40,000 bots when I'm trying to log in.
Both the look and the pacing of the original movies. Blizzard has a long history of games that were.
Oh, here we go, dude.
And when we think about Diablo 2, we think about it as a definitive pillar
go.
of our foundation.
Yeah.
Now, it's funny to think that some of you weren't even born when D2 was released, which makes it all the more important that we deliver an authentic experience wherever you play. We want everyone to relive their memories or experience the game for the very first time on their platform of choice. And so we're excited to bring Diablo 2 Resurrected to PC and console, along with cross progression. And for those of you who are in love with the original and you just wish it worked more seamlessly on modern computers, you can bring back all of that nostalgia exactly as you remember and enjoy the game in its original 2D form, much like we did with StarCraft Remastered. Obviously, there's a lot to talk about.
Wait, so we'll be able to play the game on the older version?
Mr. Llama will host a roundtable with members of the development team on the dedicated Diablo channel. If you are a Diablo 2 fan, I encourage you to take a look. So, from Diablo 2 Resurrected, to Burning Crusade Classic, to the Blizzard Arcade Collection, it's a whole lot of looking back. And while we have teams dedicated to bringing these timeless experiences into your hands, it's actually a very small percentage of our developers working on these projects. Far more people are working on the future of Blizzard. And in addition to what we'll be talking about during the show, we can't wait to tell you even more about our plans over the course of this year and beyond. If you had asked us 30 years ago what gaming would look like today, none of us could have predicted the current Blizzard lineup of games.
Diablo 2 refunded.
Technology are one thing, but it's really what those advances have.
Yeah, man, they got a lot of work to do, man. Diablo 2 is like a really complex game, man.
And the communities.
You know, there's so many issues, there's so many balancing things they need to balance, and
where they are in the world. The way people are increasingly able to express their identity and celebrate
Xtimus Resurrected
through their favorite games, communities, and platforms. The explosion of things like streaming, cosplay, and esports.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. You could switch between graphics, but like I said, it's really going to depend on the version of the game. Like, if they don't put out patch 1.10, like,
some of it you already know about.
in the game, then, like, dude, it's just not going to, for me, it's not going to be fun. Like, I like the rune words and, you know, infinity rune words and Enigma and stuff like that. So, like, if they don't put the other patches in the game, then, I mean, I don't know, dude. I don't really, I don't like classic Diablo 2 that much.
The experiences that you've come to expect from us. We're also exploring different ways to express our worlds and welcome more players.
Need to bring back Throne of Sanctuary. Yeah, dude, I got a lot of announcements to make. I mean, like after this, I mean, a lot of things I've been working on, like personally.
And to continue supporting causes that have a positive impact on the real world. We want to continue to bring.
But I don't know, dude. I mean, the graphics look okay, in my opinion. I mean, I don't know. I just don't think anything beats classic, dude. So that's pretty good that they give you the option to play like classic. Like classic graphics, I mean.
Of course, there are new Blizzard worlds that we haven't visited quite yet. And when we do finally unveil those games and experiences, our hope is that you will see in them what we do. That no matter who you are or where you're from, they are spaces where you can create new stories, forge new friendships, and make memories worthy of lasting a lifetime. And through it all.
So it looks like it's just going to be going back to all that, but you know, as far as like the cinematic looked pretty cool. I like the logo and everything. I'm not too sure about the graphics though, man. I'm not saying it looked terrible, but I think it probably could have looked better. I mean, I don't know.
The honor of my professional life to serve you, and the honor of all of us at Blizzard to be the caretaker.
But I also heard that Mr. Llama is going to be doing the thing, so we'll probably have to watch that. He got me blocked on Twitter though, so. But he's cool, dude. I mean, you know, I respect all the other streamers. Like I know there's a lot of there's a lot of people that just don't like me, but
looking
you know, I love everybody, dude. Like if people would just, you know, chill and come and talk to me, like I've always been tried to be really close to like all those other guys, but you know, a lot of people just, you know, kind of don't care about Xtimus that much.
New features.
That's why like most of the time I do my own thing, you know. A lot of
More of what we think will make Overwatch 2 a unique gameplay experience. For World of Warcraft, Diablo, and Hearthstone, you'll get a closer look on their respective channels. And on the dedicated strategy channel, some StarCraft legends will be going head-to-head in epic competition. Once again, welcome to BlizzCon Live.
Yo, what's going on, Marty?
Be good to one another. Welcome home. Before we kick things off, here's a little something from a previous BlizzCon headliner.
Hey, thanks for having us. We're Metallica. Thanks
oh,
for
dude,
us
sick, man.
2014. We would love to
oh,
be there
dude.
this year, but obviously can't be. So here we are.
Dude, they get like dope lineups for BlizzCon, man. Like they have Blink 182. You guys know I love Blink 182. Look at that. You know, Blink 182. Alright. Jeez. Hey, dude, I'm gonna turn that off. I don't want to get copyright. It's gonna mute that, and we'll just talk or whatever. But here I'm gonna mute it. Yeah, we'll just chill and talk for a little bit. I'll put some of my music on, but yeah, we'll just kind of pause, and I'll hang out with you guys, and we'll just chat for a bit and talk about Diablo 2 and all that. Tiamo, hey, good to see you as well. Thank you very much. Robbie, same name as me. They did show Diablo 2, so Diablo 2 Resurrected. Better wait for Path of Exile 2. Yeah, that's another thing, man. I'm not really sure about Diablo 4 because, I mean, Path of Exile is just so good, man. I don't even know how they can make a game better than Path of Exile at this point. I mean, Armando, hey, how are you doing? Better to stay a while and not listen. You said Llama has the video out already? Yeah, we could watch the Llama video. See what's going on with that. Oh, he just put out a video showcasing it. Oh, Riker put out the video too. Jeez. Oh, he did an interview. Let's go over the trailer again. Cuz they just put out the trailer, so we'll check the trailer out. All right, let's do this. We'll probably like pause it and stuff like that and check things out. Let's check this out right here. Like the druid. See how like they changed it. T-Rail kind of looks like how we did in Diablo 3. Not saying it looks like Diablo 3. But I don't know, this looks pretty cool, man. Let's check out the... Now, I really don't like how the characters look. Oh, no sound? I'm sorry, guys. There should be. There we go. Sorry about that. But dude, check this out. I really don't like how these characters look, man. We got to go back and look at this. Look at this, man. Like, look at the Amazon. And, like, the Paladin. Like, dude, like, the Druid, dude, they don't look right, dude. Like, what is going on here? I don't like, dude. Oh, I don't like that, man. But I don't know. Maybe it's like alpha. You know what I mean? It could be like alpha phase or something like that. So, you know, but dude, I'm not digging it, dude. What do you guys think? They have no emotion. Dude, the Amazon does not look right at all. The Amazon looks the worst of them all. Welcome back, brother. Depression's a bastard. Work through it, man. Take all the time you need. Hey, thanks a lot, Jay. Appreciate it, man. Dude, the barb does not look big enough. What do they got going on here, man? Like, so the Diablo creator, I got him on my watch. So David Brevik just tweeted, I think it looks good. They seem to be doing a good job so far. This is from the creator of Diablo, David Brevik. From what I can see, they're definitely keeping the atmosphere and graphic style, which is great. It is a promising first look. I don't know. We'll continue, dude. But this is I don't like this, dude. I don't like the way the faces look. They gotta fix this, man. I don't know what's going on. Even their armor doesn't look right. Look at the Paladin's armor. Like, the Paladin's my favorite class. Like, what is going on here? You know, the Barbarian. This don't look familiar. I mean, I know it's the same outfit, but it's not. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. Not looking good on the faces. They got to change the faces for real, dude. So it looks like we got sorry. It looks like we got Whirlwind Barb. Go back and take a look at that. So it looks like Whirlwind Barb with maybe Ariat's face on right there. So you're doing little battle orders, the Necromancer, Druid, Paladin. They got the Paladin right here doing hammers with the concentration aura. Dude, like, one thing they got to understand, like, dude, you have to nerf Hammerdins. Okay? Like, I've been doing some stuff with Diablo 2, like going into game files and being able to like change stuff and change skill damage and stuff. Dude, I went and I cut the Hammerdin damage in half. I cut it in half, nerfed it by 50%. It made like no difference. I was still going like 8-player game, doing like 8-player games, just demolishing everything, dude, because it does so much damage. And the damage doesn't vary, and you're throwing hammers all over the place. So there's a lot of balancing things that they got to do, and there's so much potential besides just messing with the hammered in, you know. And and I'm pretty sure on the history of the hammered in, like it wasn't even supposed to work like that. I think it was a bug that the hammer damage is boosted by the concentration ore. I don't think that was supposed to happen. So and then this kind of looks like Act 1. You know, I'm not too sure, dude. You know, I'll be like, I'm excited, obviously. But I think, like I said, probably the most important thing is you could go back and use the old graphics. Because I don't think anything is going to top the Diablo 2 graphics. There's just no... You just can't replace it. You can't replace, like, that nostalgia. There's just certain things in life you just... Like, you can't replace them, dude. And, like, Diablo 2, the graphics is just something that you're never going to change. You're never going to make it better. Like, the original is just way too good. There's just something about it that is just so special that you can't replace it, man. You know? It's freaking weird looking snakes, dude. They're like blue. Little Pindle area. Let's check out Mephisto right here. Dang, there's a lot going on. Whoa, look at that barbarian up there. So I think I saw a frozen orb right there. Maybe a poison nova. Mephisto looks pretty cool though. It looks pretty cool. Now Mephisto, I think Mephisto looks cool. You know, what do you guys think? You think Mephisto looks good? I think he looks great. Like the character selection screen, like the faces look terrible. I could not stand that, man. It looked terrible, but I think Mephisto looks pretty cool. Hey, charming person, thank you so much for that donation right there. What do you guys think about Mephisto? I think it looks good. Looking good. He looks damn good. Looks great. That's what I'm saying, dude. I think Mephisto looks great. I'm sure the other bosses look great, but whoever did the face designs on the character screens, you guys got to change that ASAP. You got to be changing that, man. It's just looking. Looks like we got these little rockety-doo dudes. What was that? Whoa. That like a werewolf thing right there? Little druid werewolf. Yeah, a little werewolf right there. Kind of cool. And then we got Diablo and Chaos Sanctuary. I think this looks pretty good right here. I like the map layout, the little star ritual, Mephisto. I hope I pronounced Mephisto right. Did I say Mephisto? Dude, I'm not. Dude, people ripped on me so many years for that. Oh, Xtimus is oh my god, I can't even remember it. Mephisto. Yeah, it's Mephisto. But when I say Mephisto, people hate that, man. I lost so many subscribers because I pronounced Mephisto wrong. I feel terrible. But see what I'll do. Sorry. I'm trying to see how Diablo looks right here. Trying to get a little good pause shot on him. I think Diablo looks pretty good. Yeah, Diablo looks pretty sick. I dig that. I think they did pretty good on the logo too. My first toe. Charming person, thanks so much for the donation. Diablo 2 Resurrected. Register now. Coming 2021. Here, let's search Diablo 2 real quick. So Llama just all he did was just post a video. There's me. Let's see what Riker is saying about all this. Hey folks, it's Riker with another gaming news wrap up. The happenings of the week, and this dude can't even avoid his intro. He's like, "Are these you guys here?" He's like, "The happenings this week or something." Man, dude, hear this again.
Hey folks, this is Riker, and it's official. It's happening. It's real. After all the leaks, the speculation, everything, it was all true. Diablo 2 Resurrected has been revealed at Blizzcon Live.
Not even death can save you from me.
And it looks glorious. Myself and a few others actually got an early sneak peek at the trailer, as well as the opportunity to ask some questions of Rod Ferguson, the Diablo executive producer, and the Diablo 2 Resurrected principal designer.
So this is kind of a thing I've wanted to talk about for a little bit. So Rod Ferguson here. I don't know if you guys know. So Rod is he's like the lead guy in the whole Diablo team right now. So I've never seen, I know Rod Ferguson pretty well, like not personally, but so he did most of the Gears of War series for Epic Games, and I'm like a huge Gears of War fan. It's like some of my first videos. So just to give you guys some insight on like who he is. So Gears of War is like a really dark game. So, you know, he might do a good job, but Rod Ferguson, like I don't follow a lot of game developers, but like Rod Ferguson is like one of my favorite game developers. And I mean, I guess it's pretty cool that he's like on the team. I just don't know how much experience he really has with like Diablo games, or if they just hired him because he's, pretty well respected in like the gaming industry and stuff like that. So
Rob Gallerani, who are able to provide some terrific insight into what it took to resurrect this classic. Haha, I said the thing. But first off, let me walk you through my first impressions. The trailer starts, and you hear the familiar voice of Marius from the D2 cinematics. And I could not stop smiling. I did not expect to feel so much emotion, especially after all the leaks. But the nostalgia was still there, and it was so powerful. And then we see the gameplay footage, and I was absolutely blown away. I was expecting like 2D sprite remakes, like with the StarCraft remaster, but it's full-on 3D graphics. I couldn't believe it. It looks better than I would have ever expected. But okay, whatever. It looks great. What about the details? How does it play? Does it feel great? Does it feel different? There's been tons of concerns over the years about a potential D2 remaster or remake. And if they're remaking the game, especially if they're remaking it in 3D, how are they going to capture all the quirks?
Yeah, I'll check out the
D2's
website after
engine,
this.
all the little things that make D2 feel like D2.
We'll watch all the
I've had
Diablo 2
discussions
stuff.
with some of the fathers of D2, and it's something that David Brevik and Max Schaefer have been vocal about. Just the difficulty in capturing.
Listen, man, this is another thing I gotta say. Like, this is another thing. Like, dude, you got to give all credit to Blizzard North. Anything Diablo related, like there's just, I say it all the time, there is no Diablo without Blizzard North. You always got to respect these guys, dude. David Brevik, Max Schaefer, Eric Schaefer, Bill Roper, whole Blizzard North team. I mean, we have Diablo because of them. They are Diablo. Love Blizzard, but Blizzard is not Diablo. Blizzard North is, Diablo. So, always got to respect, those guys. And it's all about Blizzard North. Always, all the time.
Nuances of the game engine that give the game its feeling. We've seen different fan attempts at remaking Diablo 2 in 3D engines, be it as mods in StarCraft 2 or in Grim Dawn. And while the content of D2 is in there, it still doesn't feel like D2. They're great, but it's not D2. It's some other game with a D2 skin.
I'll check out the image
Playing
after the video shadow.
Feels different
So
from
remind
playing
me.
a 2D game. So that leads to the big question. We're clearly seeing 3D graphics here. Will Diablo 2 Resurrected still feel like D2? The answer is yes. Yes, it will. Why? Well, because underneath this beautiful...
Let's check this out right here. I don't think we saw this in the trailer. The, you know, monoglobes and all that. Trying to... Oh, it won't make it full screen because it's not playing. I think it looks pretty... Sorry. I think it looks pretty good. You know? I like the, you know, graphics on the demon and the angel and... Yeah. That looks pretty cool, dude. To me, though, the graphics... I don't know if you guys saw that, that dude that was doing, like, his own remaster of Diablo 2. I think that guy's remaster, it was like a fan remaster, looks just like this, dude. Looks like the same thing.
New 3D veneer. We have the same D2 engine running. In fact, it's the same game. Diablo 2 is running underneath everything.
What?
And you can toggle back and forth between the old graphics and the new graphics. So it really is just, you're playing Diablo 2 with a layer of 3D visuals being rendered on top of it.
That's pretty dope.
Brilliant solution. And I don't know why we've never discussed this as a possibility, because it just completely bypasses any issue of the game feeling different. Now, while a huge amount of the remaster is visual,
how do they do that?
They've also brought some quality of life changes. For example, you now have a shared stash between your characters like in Diablo 3. So now, transferring items between two of your own characters is no longer an annoying nightmare. They've also added auto gold pickup, but they understand that not everyone wants that, so it's an option. If you want it, it's there. If you don't enable it. Everyone's happy.
Why would not everyone want that?
Another quality of life change is an option to auto-invite people to your party when they join your game, and to auto-accept party requests. They're also completely remaking the cinematics, shot for shot. We didn't get a glimpse at this. I really look forward to seeing these. But they're not AI upscaling them, they're not remastering them, they're literally completely remaking.
Riker look like an NPC from the game, dude.
Whatever minutes of them. And they intend to keep as faithful as possible to the originals. I adore those cinematics, so I look forward to seeing them. I imagine all the sound, the voice recordings will remain the same. I can't imagine they're going to re-record that aspect of it, but all the visuals are going to be redone. And as you can see, there's some changes made to the user interface, but it's all very much keeping in the spirit of Diablo 2. Now, again, visuals are improved, we have up to 4K resolution, there's full-on dynamic lighting to make things even more immersive, and to add to that immersion, in addition to including all the classic and nostalgic audio and sounds, remastered of course, they're also adding in more ambient sounds like wind blowing and trees rustling. And something I really wasn't expecting, D2 Resurrected will also be releasing on consoles with controller support for PC. And there's going to be cross progression. In other words, you can be playing on your PC, step away, move to your living room, log in on a console that supports cross progression, and then keep playing on your same character. And that last bit actually ties us into some Q&A. A little bit of backstory, as the rumors stated, the studio working on Diablo 2 Resurrected is Vicarious Visions, which just recently joined Blizzard. And Vicarious Visions has a history of remastering games. Rob Gallerani was with Vicarious Visions for 20 years, so I asked him what were the greatest challenges that his team faced, specifically with regards to remastering.
I'm gonna pause it and try and check this out real quick. This looks pretty dope, dude. I like this. Andario's room? Yeah, dude.
Mastering D2. And he gave some great insight into the whole process of making a remaster. Quote, "It's most important that we embrace what about the game people love. We have to look at what is right for Diablo 2. We really want to modernize it, because the world has changed. We want to take a game that has been around and stood the test of time and make it be able to be digested by people in this modern world without betraying the core of what that game was. And sometimes those things are at odds with each other. So the question becomes, how do we modernize the game by still making it a 20-year-old game? A lot of times we would try things only to realize this doesn't feel right. Bringing controller support was a really big test for us. This is a PC-first game, and so we can never make anything that would support the controller make the experience for a keyboard and mouse player not just worse, but different at all. Every single thing in the game was a discussion. Okay, we want to do this, we want to modernize it, but we can't betray the old way. Now I asked them whether the reception of Warcraft 3 Reforged had any impact on the development of Diablo 2 Resurrected. And Rod Ferguson clarified that it was a separate team that worked on D2 Resurrected, and that the biggest takeaway from the Reforged situation revolved around how they dealt with the original game. A big complaint from fans of Warcraft 3 was that if they were unhappy...
I'm gonna pause it because I got some... They need to... This is something I've been trying to do. They need to kind of update the AI a little bit, especially like Mephisto and like all the endgame bosses, because I mean, I guess they won't because a lot of people just want the classic. But, you know, Diablo is such an old game, but now like 20 years later, there's so many, like it's so easy. Like the bosses are simple, dude. And like you see Mephisto's AI here. Look how slow he moves around. He's just like this in the game. And there's so much like going on where they're just like, you know, kind of just like sitting around doing nothing. And check him out. He's doing it right now. He's just like, oh, all right, I'll wait a second. Oh, then I'll come get you. Like, I think they kind of need to like update the AI, you know, make the game a little bit harder because, you know, like I said, a lot of times it's just way too easy, dude.
If they were unhappy with the remaster, they could not go back to playing the original Warcraft 3. So for Resurrected, they are not taking down the original D2 to launch Resurrected. Both games will continue to be available. I know as the rumors were heating up, I was seeing some chatter on Reddit and forums.
Whoa, wait a minute. Did he just say it's going to run on Diablo 2 Battle.net?
I know as the rumors were heating up, I was seeing some chatter on Reddit and forums of people saying, oh, make sure you back up your old D2 before they take that away from you. It's not being taken away. And this led into the topic of modding.
It's not.
Diablo 2 currently has a healthy modding scene with some mods.
Wait, what do you mean he's like they're not like backing up your old character? It's not get taken away. Like, are they going to bring the old characters back over? I mean, and like, dude, our character's already been taken away for like 20 years. If you don't, that's another thing. Like, if you don't play Diablo 2 for like 90 days, dude, your characters get deleted, man. I've lost so much stuff. Like, people on single player, like, are so lucky, man. Like, people on plugin and all that. Like, any Battle.net players, like, dude, we've lost so much, man. Like, imagine if World of Warcraft, like, there was something on World of Warcraft where if you don't play in 90 days, you lose all of your Molten Core or Naxxramas gear. Dude, people be outraged, man. And, like, that's what happened with Diablo. So I don't really know what he's talking about. Like, we won't lose our character. So are you saying we could bring... Maybe we'll have to watch more, but if he's saying, like, we could bring our Battle.net characters over, dude, the whole game is hacked up, man. Like, you can't be bringing, like, people over with, you know, there's, like, 40,000 bots running. You know, like, that's another reason why I, like, dude, like, I've been away and haven't been making videos. But another really big thing is, like, dude, they're, like, I know we got the remaster now, but... Dude, the bots took over, man. Like, last season, you could not play at all. Like, you were waiting in line to create a game. It's completely unplayable. So, I don't know what he's talking about with that. Like,
that have been around for years and decades, even. So the good news there is that...
No, it's not that. Oh, that's not what he's talking about? You could no longer... He's saying that.
The existing modding scene will remain untouched because the original D2 is also remaining untouched. So all the mods that exist will continue to exist. No mods are being taken down, no cease and desist, no mods will stop working. Everything continues to exist. But can D2 Resurrected be modded?
Ooh, that's a big question. Well, what he just said sounds cool, that they're not going to take down the mods. Dude, there's just so much stuff I gotta talk to you guys about since I've been gone. But like, dude, the thing with modding, people have been modding Diablo 2 for so long. It's just Path of Diablo and Median XL, and Project Diablo 2. I mean, those are kind of like the first mods that like a lot that really went big. You know, like people have been modding for so long. There's a lot of Diablo 2 mods, but I wanted to pause it to look at this. So, kind of got like the cap here. You know, kind of like the Shaco kind of thing going on. I mean, yeah, this looks pretty cool, dude. I like this. You know, kind of got like the same like look right here. It's like Diablo 2. I dig it. What's with this small inventory though? Dude, I thought we were past this, man. What's with this small inventory? Are you kidding me? Dude, wasn't it like one row higher? Yo, dude. I don't know. We'll see.
Well, Rob explained that D2 Resurrected is being brought to modern Battle.net, where they can better combat duping and hacked items. Quote, hopefully, item duping is diminished or gone with our fixes. Now, a lot of mods in D2...
That ain't gonna happen, dude. There's gonna be so much hacking. It's gonna be unbelievable.
That kind of modding can't be supported in D2 Resurrected for security reasons. However, there is some good news for mods...
Wait, sorry I keep talking. So, he was just... See what he said about modding.
D2 Resurrected for security reasons. However, there is some good news for mods in Diablo 2 effectively work by hacking the game. That kind of modding they can better combat duping and hacks.
I'm sorry, guys.
Everything continues. Rob explained that D2 Resurrected is being brought to modern Battle.net, where they can better combat duping and hacked items. Quote, hopefully, item duping is diminished or gone with our fixes. Now, a lot of mods in D2 effectively work by hacking the game. That kind of modding can't be supported in D2 Resurrected for security reasons. However, there is some good news for mods in Diablo 2 Resurrected. It was explained that a lot of the things in the original game used to be hard-coded. In other words, modders couldn't change them or it would be immensely difficult to. But now with the remaster, as they were moving files around, they've sort of readjusted things. They've moved a lot of those hard-coded things into data, so depending on the mod, it might actually be easier to mod certain aspects of Diablo 2 Resurrected. For instance, adding items apparently was not even possible in the past. You had to take an existing item and change it. Now you can actually add new items. As for a release date, Diablo 2 Resurrected is releasing later this year.
I don't know if I just didn't hear it right. It's saying you can make new items. I didn't really get the whole modding thing. But, I mean, they might change things later on, dude. But in my opinion, they need to add, like, Skyrim modding, dude. I'm telling you. I've said this before. They got to make this decision to add modding to Diablo 2. Because, dude, people are just going to get bored. And then it's just going to be like, look at Skyrim, dude. Skyrim is such an amazing game. And it's still alive now because of modding. You know, because people do all these cool things. They have to add modding. It shouldn't be that hard. Do it just like Skyrim. You know, if people want to play the normal game, they'll play the normal game. I don't know why he was saying that for security reasons they can't have mods where you can like get items and stuff. What kind of security reasons? I mean, are they going to like monetize it? So security wise, you know, we want people to buy Enigmas. Dude, they better not do that. I'm telling you, dude, they better no. Seriously, I don't want to be C streamers. Day one, the ladder reset with Enigmas. Because I've seen it, dude. I don't like that. All right. I'm going to shut up.
And I may be biased towards Diablo, but it's looking to be Blizzard's best remaster yet. The price will be $39.99, or you can buy the deluxe edition for $59.99. That's going to include Diablo 3 and all the Diablo 3 expansion content. But before release, they're planning to start with a single-player PC alpha. Because they want feedback. They want to make sure that they're not going too far with the quality of life improvements and other changes. They want to make sure they keep it pure, keep it true and authentic to D2, but if the feedback overwhelmingly encourages them to make balance changes or increase inventory size, they're open to making that kind of change. But really for now they want it to err on the side of being true and authentic, because they really seem to understand how important that is for a lot of people. And you can sign up right now to be eligible to be invited into the alpha at Diablo2.com. And that's going to wrap up this video. But do stay tuned to my channel because I've got a lot of videos coming up on all the juicy BlizzCon Diablo details.
Yo, Shadow, why don't you send me that screenshot or whatever, and I'll look at that.
That covered the Diablo 2 Resurrected leak. I encourage you to check that out for extra insider info. Thanks for watching. Special thanks to my Twitch, Patreon.
Hey folks, this is Riker with another gaming news wrap-up with the happenings of the week. So let's see what's going on. We could go back to... turn that off. See, we could go back to BlizzCon and see if they... see what they were saying. So it looks like they're still doing World of Warcraft stuff. Talking about WoW Classic right now. I'll check this out. Put this right here. See what's going on with this. So, face back up here. It's like this is the inventory graphics right here. Crown of Ages thing looks kind of funny. Got the runes and yeah, I guess this looks pretty cool. I dig this. I dig it. But here, hold on a second. Come back to the chat here. All right. Yeah, I think we'll just have to wait. See if we can watch that llama thing. Hold on. Yeah, do you guys have that llama thing? We got llama talking. He's supposed to do like a press thing or something. So hold on, give me a minute, guys. When are they going to talk about Diablo more? I don't like how they have it all like split up. You know, we're going to do World of Warcraft and then some Diablo. I guess I'll just have it up and I'll just watch it, but I would I'd assume that Llama would post it though. Like, I assume he would post the press thing, but maybe they didn't do it yet. I don't know. I think we're just going to have to wait. So right now they're just talking about Heroes of the Storm and Overwatch and stuff like that. Put on some music so we can listen. But yeah, let me check it out on Twitch. Oh, they got the website up. We'll take a look at the website. See what's going on with that. Let's see what the website is. I don't know what the website is. I don't know why I can't find it. Diablo2.com. I don't think the website's working. It says Diablo2.com. When Diablo2.com, that does not work. Yeah, I think the website is down. They got the website down? What's going on, Tanner? Hey guys, like I'm sorry, I'm not very good at streaming, and like I try to like talk to you guys as much as I can. It's just like hard for me to multitask. I mean, we all got phones, but we just don't use them to play Diablo. Oh, here we go. I got the website up. Give me 1 second. Okay. All right. So I don't know how to make this freaking full screen. Let's do one of those and make it look cool. So I just want some background noise. All right. Well, we will just here. All right. So, this is the website right here. This looks pretty dope, dude. I'm digging this, man. Like, whoever did these graphics needs a raise for real. Like, this little Diablo 2 logo right here. This looks amazing. Remastered graphics, monsters, heroes, items, spells, all resurrected, classic gameplay. Same Diablo 2 y'all you know and love. Plan support for cross progression. Take your progress wherever you play. Wow, that's a big deal. Cross progression, dude? That is dope, man. You don't get that often in games where you can like on Skyrim. I don't think you usually do. It doesn't seem like it. Updated BattleNet support. Word of the Dark Wanderer. So here's a little comparison of classic Tristram and remastered Tristram. Poor Decker Kane, man, up in that cage like that. I think it looks good, dude. Oh, this is cool right here. Look, you could slide this thing back and forth. That is freaking dope, dude. It's showing like the exact same thing. That is freaking dope, man. I love that. This is amazing. Oh my god. You could do just like a comparison like that. It's like they need a little bit more blood right there, but unbelievable, dude. This they gotta change though. They gotta change this, dude. What are you guys doing with this? You know, what are you guys doing with these faces, man? I'm gonna be talking about this all day. Let's check out the Paladin, because the Paladin's my favorite class. Looks like there's not much. Barbarian. I think the Barbarian needs to be bigger. You know? Barbarian's like so big, man. In Diablo 2. And this, like, dude, that just, I think he's got to be bigger. And Necromancer looks pretty good. The Assassin. That don't look like her at all. I think the Necro looks okay. Amazon looks terrible, dude. We come into the chat, see what you guys are saying. What do you guys think about the Amazon? You guys think about what's going on here with the Amazon? Dude, the Amazon looks terrible. Looks used. Looks like a Mandazon. I think the Amazon looks terrible. They gotta change her face. It don't look right. Her neck look all messed up. There's something going on. But I think the armor and all that looks pretty good. They gotta change the face. So, what about the Assassin? This does not look like the Assassin at all. Not at all. Looks like she's wearing a wig. Here, give me a second, guys. I'm going to put on some music with the... I can't stand to sit here in silence. I'm going to put on some Path of Exile music. You guys don't mind. That's cool. You guys all like Path of Exile, right? I mean... Alright, let's just start over. Alright, so let's go with the Assassin and see what you guys are saying about the Assassin. I want to start over. So the Assassin, the Assassin just don't look right, dude. They got to change this ASAP. This is no good. Garbage. Now the Assassin, or the Amazon doesn't look good. The Assassin, I think the Assassin looks great. I think her face looks great. Her face looks very high quality. It doesn't look like her. It doesn't look like the assassin. This doesn't look like, no. So, but that's just a strange thing. She looks great though. It just doesn't look like the assassin. What do you guys think about the assassin? Oh, we'll move on. So Necromancer, or Assassin, you guys think, all right, Assassin, crap, nah. So no on the Assassin, no on the Amazon. Yeah, it's meh. Necromancer, I think the Necromancer looks pretty good. I think it looks good. He just looked like he's, I don't know, dude. He don't look healthy. I mean, he is a necromancer and messes with the dead, so I think he looks okay. He's okay. Necro's fine. Necro's okay. Necro looks alright. You guys like the Necro. Alright, so Necro's good. The Barbarian. I don't think this looks like a Barbarian. I think he needs to be bigger. It looks like he like, I don't know, man. Like, to me it just seems like the original Barbarian was a lot bigger. Cancer Mancer. Kratos? Yeah, dude, he looks like the dude from God of War. I don't know, dude. He just don't look like the Barbarian. I don't think they're gonna change it, but that's what I think. Now the Paladin. The Paladin's my favorite class. This does not look like the Paladin. I don't think this looks like the Paladin at all. Like, dude, just the whole thing does not look. This looks like some other kind of. I don't know what they got going on here. I don't think this looks like the Paladin. What do you guys think about the Paladin? It doesn't look like him at all. The armor, everything. But, I mean, it looks the same to you. You like it? Alright. The Sorceress. Well, it looks like they changed her staff. So, the staff isn't the same. I like the staff the way it looks. I think the Sorceress looks pretty good. I think she looks great. Armor looks strange, ugly. Wear the green pants. I think she looks pretty cool, just not really like the original. So Druid. What's with the gray hair, dude? He's got like a little bit of gray hair there. I guess he doesn't look that bad, but I don't think he looks like the Druid either. He's just a little off. So I would say the Sorceress and the Necromancer look the best. Right? Amazon's terrible. Something going on with that face, man. They gotta change it. The Assassin, looks amazing. Her face looks amazing. I think she has the best, like, high quality face out of all of them. But it doesn't look like the assassin. Necromancer's okay. The barbarian, I don't think they did a good job on it. I think he needs to be bigger. And that face doesn't look like the barbarian's face. The paladin, I don't think the paladin looks right. It just doesn't remind me of the paladin. Like, if I saw this picture and I only saw this picture and didn't know it was Diablo, I would have not thought of the Diablo paladin. So the sorceress, I think, looks good. Kind of different, but good job. And the druid just, I don't know. I don't think the druid looks right. I don't think that druid looks right. Put on some more Path of Exile music. Alright, so... Alright, moving on. So, the visuals, the classes, features. Planned feature cross progression. Keep your progress wherever you play with the planned cross progression feature. You'll be able to access your characters and keep their progress wherever you play Diablo 2 Resurrected. Bring your characters and loot across all supported platforms. That's pretty big, dude. I really like that. That's pretty dope. Retain your level quests, progress, skills, and talents. Cross progression requires a linked Battle.net account and separate Diablo 2 Resurrected purchase for each supporting platform. And then we got this picture right here. And kind of get a good look here. Kane looks freaking cool, dude. Holy shit. Dude, Decker Kane looks pretty dope. Looks like this is on PlayStation or something. And this is the assassin. I like the potions, dude. That's some high quality stuff, dude. And then here we got the assassin in game. I mean, maybe they'll allow like more customization to the character, because that doesn't look anything like the character selection assassin. That don't look like her, dude. This looks amazing though. Rogue encampment, yeah, dude, for sure. All right, so revamped ladder season, right? Join the ranks of Diablo 2 Resurrected players worldwide and enjoy the race to the top of the ladder. Rank up in a new exclusive ladder system with more frequent restarts and earn your place among legends. I mean, as long as they get rid of the bots, dude. I mean, they also need to make it easier to get the 99. Dude, it's too hard to try to get the 99, man. You know? It takes way too long. Where's the blue hair? I can't do the blue anymore. It doesn't go with everything. It stains everything in your house. Always got to keep redying it. Bring your own army. Diablo 2 Resurrected features cooperative game gameplay supporting up to 8 players, and each player also has access to 1 mercenary. The minions of Burning Hell may grow stronger, but they'll be no match for you. And then it looks like, kind of get a little look at multiplayer images right here. Get a good look at this. Wow, dude. Oh my god. Dude, this looks amazing. Dude, you guys see this? Holy... Oh my god. This looks fantastic. Oh my goodness. Look at like the little fog over here. Oh my god. And it's like the Wander. Xbox Series X and S, PlayStation, Nintendo Switch. They have an Instagram, a YouTube, and all that. They got forums. News overview. Forums. There's like no posts. Alright. So, could probably go back. I want to see this thing with Llama. See what they got going on with that. I don't know why they're showing the Rogue again. Frickin' Rogue and his nasty ears. Go check this out. Hold on, I think I might be able to go back. Yeah, I'm gonna go through the stream and look for some of this Diablo stuff that they did. So I'm gonna talk about Diablo 4. About Diablo 4. I think we're gonna have to wait. But they're doing some more. They're doing some more Diablo 4 stuff right now. Diablo creator David Brevik said, perhaps the most important question of the day, will the special code for the chat gem still be in Resurrected? That'd be interesting. His wife coded it. Alright, well, I kind of want to spend some time with you guys. They're doing some Diablo 4 stuff right now, so I'm thinking that they're gonna... do some Diablo 2 stuff in a bit, and then we'll probably see that thing from Llama. And they'll probably talk about how I'm a cheater and stuff. a second, guys. Here, I kind of want to show you guys something. So, yeah, just give me 1 second, guys. Alright, so, dude, my girlfriend's gonna love me for this, I hope. Dude, I've never showed this, but check this out. So, my girlfriend made this. Look at this, dude. It's like this box. She made this for my birthday. It's like this glowing box. Sparkles. Like all around it. Isn't that amazing, dude? Look at this. It's got Diablo 2 right here on the front. Yeah, she made this for my birthday, and then you open it. There's like all this stuff in there from like my YouTube channel and Xtimus and like pictures of me, and isn't that amazing, dude? Isn't it freaking awesome, man? Girlfriend made this. But you guys got just give me a second, and we'll get back to it. Oh, sorry guys. See, I told you I'm terrible at streaming. Yeah, so we got Coke, cherry vanilla. All right. Water. And I don't know, it looks like they're talking about Overwatch or something right now. I want to see this llama thing. Xtimus wife that girl. That was so wholesome. It warmed my heart. Aw. Yeah, dude, that was a big deal. Like, that thing's really freaking cool, man. Like, I really wanted to show you guys. I've just been gone and stuff like that, you know. Xtimus food review. Dude, we'll be doing a lot of stuff, man. But I just want to hang out and talk to you guys. Like, we'll talk about stuff, Diablo. I just don't want to watch this other BlizzCon stuff that they're doing that I just don't care about. I mean, it looks like they're doing Overwatch right now, but I feel like I looked at everything Diablo 2 that I could for right now that they put out. But, like, I'll check again. Let's see. Just looks like all the big news websites and my videos are going to be trending, dude, on this Diablo stuff, man. So much Diablo stuff. So, but I do have some announcements to make. So, I mean, we're just on stream right now. I mean, I usually do videos, but dude, guys, I'm telling you, like, I've been gone for a while, right? You know, just a lot of stuff going on in my life. But I have so much Diablo stuff to show you guys. It's unreal. Like, I'm not trying to like hype myself up or anything like that. I'm just telling you guys how it is. I have so much Diablo stuff that like I have so many things from Diablo 2. I don't even think Blizzard knows exists anymore about Diablo 2. Just a whole bunch of stuff. I mean, there's a few other announcements I want to make, but I kind of wanted to wait until this remastered stuff comes out and then eventually make some more of announcements Diablo 2 related like after this stuff. So there's a lot of things I've been working on. I don't know, I just kind of been just collecting it and waiting for the best time to put it out, you know, and putting it out when it feels right, I guess. You know, but you guys will know more soon. I mean, I'll do more videos and we'll talk about it. And but I'm not seeing too much about Diablo 2 right now. I mean, I would say that, you know, I've really come across a lot of Diablo 2 stuff I don't think anyone has. I think I should be reaching out to Blizzard to see if they want it, because I've found so much stuff about the game that it's just overwhelming. Like, there's just so much stuff. A lot of stuff from like Chris Metzen that I've never seen with Diablo 2, some lore stuff. But there's just a lot of it. There's just a ton of things, a wide variety of categories, like a wide variety of like Diablo 2 stuff I don't think anyone has, you know. Some personal announcements for myself. There's a lot of things that I have planned. Like, I'm just not ready to announce all of it, and there's just so much, it's almost overwhelming. Like, I feel like I've worked so hard on so many things, but like I can never get one thing done because I'm just doing so much all the time. But I don't know it. But the thing is, whether this remaster was going to happen or not is one of the biggest deals. Because if it didn't happen, then I would kind of have to figure out what I was going to do, right? Before the remaster, dude, it's hard to play Diablo 2. It is so hard just to get the game downloaded and play. It is so hard. There's so many things you got to do. You can't play Battle.net because the bots have taken over, dude. That's one of the biggest reasons why I quit playing. Like, just actually playing the game, even off stream. Because it's just so, it was unplayable, dude. Literally, you couldn't create a game. There's no Battle.net for Diablo 2. It's all single player, and I don't like playing single player. And then, so really, you just would have to play on mods and stuff. So, yeah, I will probably release a lot of stuff within the next few days or so. Because there's a lot of things that I wanted to do. I wanted to come back before this, but I just didn't do it. I mean, I have so much OCD. Like, I have OCD. Like, dude, everything has to be perfect or it's like, forget it. You know? I don't even feel that great about a lot of things. You know? It's like things need to be perfect, and if they're not, I just almost don't do it. You know, there's so many things I just didn't do because I just felt like it wasn't perfect. You know? Or people would dislike the video, or, you know, whatever. So, Realm of Cain. So I'm just kind of waiting here and chilling with you guys until they do this llama thing or talk more about Diablo. They did some Diablo 4 stuff, I think, but I don't really want to look at Diablo 4 stuff. Well, all right. Well, I'll make one of the announcements, and I mean, I guess it's kind of a normal thing. So 50 things you didn't know about Diablo 2 is coming out. So that'll mean with all my videos, because that's my biggest video series, well, one of them. So the 50 things you didn't know about Diablo 2 is pretty much done. I have 50 things. There's a lot of really cool stuff that you guys don't know about the game that I found out. So, and that'll be, that's over 100 things now that I put out. And there's more stuff, but 50 things you didn't know about Diablo 2 is going to be coming out soon. So, but yeah, I don't know. We'll get to it. What are you doing? Waiting for something? Yeah, we're waiting for more Diablo stuff. So there's supposed to be some kind of press with Mr. Llama. But I don't think they've done it yet. Are you going to do builds for every set? I don't know about every set. But as far as builds, that's like another project. I mean, I have like 200 Diablo 2 builds that I never put out. Just like, you know, like theory crafting builds, experimental builds. Like, it's just a lot of builds, dude. It's hard to put out all those videos, man. And then to do all the editing and stuff. So, but a lot of that stuff is just like kind of for fun, you know. And yeah, I could put the video out and monetize it, and I should. I just get lost in doing it, man. Like, even with all my Diablo content I've never put out, like, I just do it because that's what I feel like doing, and it kind of just, I don't know, it's just fun. I think they just said 2021 for the remaster date. So if you want to get this wallpaper, you got to download something called Wallpaper Engine. It's on Steam. And then you can download a bunch of these backgrounds. They got a bunch of Diablo 4 ones. Alright, Travis. See you, man. I don't think the Orden stack is going to come back. That's just a terrible bug. But one of the things is they maybe will know more when they do this press in a minute with Llama. But one thing they haven't talked about is the different versions of the game. That's going to make a huge difference, man. Because if they put out this remaster and, you know, it's all going to depend on how they balance the game or what patch they're going to use. So, I mean, I'm looking at it. Are they going to do it like World of Warcraft, where they're going to start off with WoW Classic and then go to Burning Crusade? With Diablo, are they going to start with version, 1, Diablo 2 Classic, and then go to the expansion and then release Enigma and all that stuff? Like, it's a big deal, dude. That's a really big deal. And if it's just Diablo 2 Classic, I don't think it's going to be that much fun. It's not going to be that much fun. Because I like version 1.10. I like the current version of Diablo right now with the rune words, Enigma. Diablo 2 Classic doesn't have any of that. They didn't even have rune words really. Like, rune words are like rares, kind of. That bringing the Ith weapon back. That was like a bug too. That was like a hack. So, I don't know. They're just talking about Overwatch right now. I would watch other people's streams, like on Twitch, but I don't think I'm allowed to do that. You know what I mean?
That. If you want
Let me see what's going on with
turn
this.
on auto gold pickup, you can do that. You don't have to, but if you want to, you can. They kept inventory the same size, and that's the sort of stuff. They kept a lot of stuff because they really didn't want to change the core of the game, which is why I said when I went and talked with them, I was like so astounded because I was like, you guys are actually doing this the right way. Like every change that they were talking about, they were like, is this going to destroy the game? Is this going to alter it too much? Is this going to make it so Mr. Llama gets on and goes, oh, great, this isn't Diablo 2 anymore, and changes it up? So they're really...
It looks like he's just looking at screenshots and just not doing much.
No clue, Warren. They really... are doing a lot with all of that. I know the video is in 4K. Or the...
I mean, we could look at some other Diablo stuff. It looks like they talk about Diablo 2 a little bit right here, like one of the lead designers. Gonna watch some of this.
With Frost and Rain of Arrows with Acid is completely different, right? Like, you're essentially freezing the battlefield, and then I just love Poison Imbue because of the gruesome deaths that all the monsters experience. And we've had a ton of fun making that art, so it's
yo, Cooley, what's going on, man?
Just a field of goatmen melt into nothing.
Hey, Cooley, man. Hey, I really like the content, man. Keep it up, dude. And Saul, I think you're going for 4,000 subscribers on YouTube. Congrats, man. Congrats, dude. Love the content. Love the PvP stuff, dude. Keep it up, man.
Just kill everything on the screen and in a gory mess, which I never really gets old.
It's a really flexible way to take a build that you're already comfortable with, that you already like. Say you're really comfortable with
Jonathan. I see that, dude. Thank you, man.
Kind of your melee skills, and you find yourself needing more crowd control. Without changing your playstyle, you can just add the Frost Imbue to your bar, and now you're able to use those same abilities to slow down enemies or build up to a full freeze.
Yeah, and Frost Imbue plays pretty well with group play as well, right? You know, where I can freeze an enemy and somebody else can blow it up.
Or also the way that chills work in the game, they build up to a full freeze. So if your best buddy is a sorceress player, your chill spells and your Frost Imbue chills will actually build up faster than if you were using a single player. So just ask to open with Blizzard before you Frost Imbue, and you'll basically be freezing enemies twice as fast, which is super awesome synergy. So the last thing that's worth spending some time talking about the Rogue is like how mobile the class is, just how able the class is to kind of close the gap between themselves and the enemy. Even while they're mounted, you might find yourself, a full screen away and just dismounting into a rain of arrows, closing the rest of that gap with maybe like a dash, and then getting back out of there, dropping some caltrops. They can basically control the fluid motion of combat in a way that no other class can. That's something that beyond all of the other customization options that you have, whether it's the playstyle, whether it's the range at which you engage with enemies, whether it's the cosmetics, just the sheer mobility of the class lets you just adapt to the situations. Even when you would have totally been toast as another class, a room full of elites, you're able to use offensive abilities in creative ways. Abilities like Shadow Step, right? Like abilities like Shadow Realm, abilities.
Dude, this
like
is boring, dude. God damn.
Use them to your advantage in a way that gets you out of a very dangerous situation by picking that one lone skeleton archer that maybe is not surrounded by everything else. You can Shadow Step there, get out of the way, and live to fight another day, which just feels like such a Rogue thing to do.
When I play the Rogue, I really do feel like surgical precision. I really feel like I can move through the whole screen without. It feels kind of effortless, and almost sometimes a little unfair. It's like when I go into Shadow Realm and I'm dashing, I'm like, am I cheating? Did I just break the game?
And we'll hear more about PvP in a little bit, but I just couldn't go without mentioning that some of our most feared PvP players on the team play Rogue, and just the way they're able to surprise you. You might be with a group of friends, and just that mobility lets them go to the
most of our feared PvP players play Rogue. Well, on the dev team, I don't know about the Rogue. I don't know why they put that in as a class. I mean, I don't know. I don't want to sound like a jerk, but the Rogue. And it just looks like an Amazon with some daggers.
Middle of the group, unleash a rain of arrows that's frost imbued, and before you know it, you're all frozen and looking at a Rogue while you're frozen. Let me tell you, there are fewer scarier things in our game right now than that.
So Luis, this was this was like the ultimate blog post. This has been a lot
this
of
is
fun
Diablo
to
4.
Share a new addition to the campfire. And of course, there's probably going to be more in the future, right? We always say there's a little bit more room around that campfire.
That's right, and that pretty much wraps it up for the Rogue. So why don't we go to Joe and Karina and learn a little bit more about those open world features that we promised.
Well, thank you to Luis and John for introducing the Rogue, which I'm really excited that we finally got a chance to talk about and announce to the community. And we're here today to talk to you about Diablo 4 and the open world. Now, I think maybe the best way to start this conversation, Karina, would be just for me to ask you, what are you most excited about what we're adding in Diablo 4 for the open world? What feature, what mechanic, what are you most excited to talk about first?
I am really excited about just exploring the world. I am a huge completist naturally, that's the way I play, and I love exploring and looking around at every single nook and cranny. The more this game has been growing, particularly since last Blizzcon, the more fun I am having just riding around the open world on my mount and exploring everything I possibly can.
Yeah, it's really fun, I think, now that we've kind of taken Sanctuary and just made it so much larger when you're playing through the game. When you compare it to Diablo 3 or Diablo 2, there's tons of exploration and movement throughout the world in those games, obviously, but now that we've really been able to embrace the open world concept, we can really dive much deeper into like how does Sanctuary actually all fit together. Like being able to ride from Skosglen to the Fractured Peaks, like it's very, very interesting that way. One of the things about that I think is really neat is the collection aspect of mounts. So I mean, there's all these horse breeds, and other mounts you can find throughout the world from completing puzzles or just finding hidden locations or slaying certain particular.
What the hell is it? What is this?
Find various horses or things to customize your horse with, like horse armor.
Wait, hold on a minute. What's going on with them horses?
Horse breeds and other mounts you can find throughout the world from completing puzzles or just finding locations or slaying certain particular kinds of monsters. Find various horses or.
Dude, it looks like Diablo 3.
With like horse armor. There are hoof plates you can get and trophies to show off your accomplishments. There's lots of different ways to make sure that you can personalize your mount, make it really feel like it's your companion.
Yeah, and it's really cool that like you mentioned with the horseshoes, you get to actually change the speed at which your horse can run, and it's something I like to be able to customize.
Yeah, I don't know about this horse thing.
Gameplay that I like to enjoy as a player. And it's really, really fun. I like the amount of variety that you give us.
Dude, same World of Warcraft.
There's more to mounts than just that as well. So like one thing we know we didn't want to do with mounts in Diablo 4 is we didn't want to have like jousting, this idea of like fighting from horseback. It's not really the Diablo experience, right?
Yeah, that's something I'm super excited for.
Oh man, it better not be Diablo 3 all over again. You gotta stop this.
Dismount skill Ice Dash, where she shoots forwards off her mount and destroys everything in her path. But with the rogue, we got to have a little bit more fun with it.
Listen, man. This is one thing I'm gonna say about Diablo 4. All right, dude. How do I say this? The amount of hype and respect and just amazingness from Path of Exile. Dude, Diablo 4 might just suck. Okay? Because Path of Exile is just way too good. It's too good. They do too much work. They put out too much content updates. The game looks way too amazing. They love action RPGs way too. They love what they do. All right? I'm not saying people at Blizzard that work on Diablo don't love what they do, but I'm not really sure. You know what I mean? Like, they, put out more updates or something, dude. You know? Like, even the people that play Diablo 3 are pissed, man. Like, I'm loving all this remaster stuff, the Diablo 4. But they're going to have to, like, do a lot of work, dude. They're going to have to, like, prove themselves. And, I mean, even people on Diablo 3 are getting pissed off. That, like, they're just putting out the same stuff. Like, it better not be like, hey, guys, here's Diablo 4. And you know what? Like, whatever. You'll get a Necromancer pack in six years later. You know what I mean? Like, dude... I'm telling you, dude.
Department has done
Please,
a fantastic
Blizzard,
job
don't do
of
that.
having her leap up into the air.
Still love
and,
you.
Fire down.
Love you though.
Of arrows that destroys everything. It's really, really cool. It feels really good.
The idea of like leaping from your saddle and just raining arrows down on your enemies as you pass by, getting down the fray and then starting to like stab people and poison people, like. That is spot on what we're looking for. Being able to jump in, engage with enemies from your horse, and then just fight it out, duke it out using your skills and everything else like we want.
It's interesting that your mount can't get damaged, but if a monster actually attacks you while you're mounted, you will actually be forced to dismount. So there is a flip side of actually...
Hey, man, I'm sorry for being on my phone. I just wanted to look real quick. And, I mean, yeah, I know this is boring, but, like, I don't know what else to do. I'm waiting for this llama thing. I don't know, dude. I almost can't stand this. They're talking about mounting. Oh, man. I don't know. This don't look good, dude. I don't want to watch. I don't want to watch this. God, man. What you guys talking about mounts? Like, no, dude. No. Even he looks... Dude, even he looks upset, dude. He's like, I'm sick of this. Here. can't watch it no more, dude.
As a concept artist, you always want to change.
I mean, it looks like they're talking about Overwatch. They're just waiting for the last minute to do more Diablo 2 stuff. Yeah, dude. And they talked about mounts for a long time. They talked about rogues. More World of Warcraft stuff. I'm like going through, and Metallica. So ever since that Diablo 2 announcement, there really doesn't seem like there's been much, unless I missed something, but I'm not really seeing anything too exciting. Yeah. So, not much going on, dude. Oh, no, like, I'm not crying. I mean, I'm just, like, giving my opinion. I think Diablo 4 looks pretty cool. I think it looks cool. I think they did a great job. I mean, we're just not gonna know until the game comes out, though. You know? Like I said with Diablo 3, the Diablo 3 looks so cool, and I was so hyped for it. I thought it was gonna be amazing, and it just wasn't, man. They were supposed to be on an hour ago with Llama. All I see right now is Llama looking at...
we're gonna jump.
He's just like looking at stuff from the trailer. Like, that's about it. I mean, I'll check the website and see if I missed something, but... Alright, we're gonna watch something right now. They just uploaded something. They uploaded all the Diablo, some of the other Diablo stuff. Yeah, the thing about bloodshed. I see this right here. Alright, so... they got the opening ceremony. Diablo 2 Resurrected, Diablo 4... the voice of Deckard Cain. Did they really do a whole... Dude, they did a whole thing with the voice actor from Deckard Cain. Like a 7-minute press. Alright, we're gonna watch this thing. Oh my god, this is 30 minutes long. Alright. You guys gotta check this out right here. Alright. So... we got, let me turn this music on. So this is just put out. Diablo Immortal Alpha and Beyond. We got 54 likes, 47 dislikes. So I'm probably going to complain. So, but we'll watch it anyway. We'll see what they have to say. I mean, maybe it looks different. I don't know. We'll just have to see. So we'll watch this. Yeah, let's watch it. So Diablo Immortal, Alpha and Beyond. Oh man, dude.
What's up, everybody? Bloodshed here. If you don't know me, I'm a Diablo content creator. I love the hell out of Diablo ever since I was a little kid.
Bloodshed seems like pretty cool,
legendaries all night, way past my bedtime. As an adult, I still do that, but I also run a full-time Twitch stream and a YouTube channel where we make build guides, educational videos. Because of all this, I've been able to build an amazing community, and I have the opportunity today to talk to some of the Diablo Immortal developers. What's up, guys?
Hey, what's up, Bloodshed? Should we refer to you as
They got Wyatt Chen
Mr.
there.
Shed?
Mr. Shed might be too formal. We'll go with Bloodshed, it's fine.
Okay, great. Well, Bloodshed, I'm Caleb, the lead producer on Diablo Immortal.
Hey, Bloodshed. My name's Wyatt Chang. I'm the lead designer on Diablo Immortal. Thanks for making this time so we could talk about the game.
Yeah.
And I've mentioned before, if you guys don't know, and I'm pretty sure I'm correct on this, is that Wyatt Chang worked at Blizzard North. So I think he's like one of the last dudes. Might be the only dude that worked at Blizzard North and is at Blizzard now.
I'm super excited to kind of delve into Immortal here.
Yeah, and you were actually part of the technical alpha, right? You had a chance to play.
Yeah, I played, I think, over 100 hours. I was grinding, yeah. Burning the thumbs and the screen. It was fun. It was a lot of grinding, but I had a good time with it.
I know some people kind of picked a class and went really deep, and some people played a breadth, kind of played them all. What was your experience like?
Yeah, I went through and I played all the classes, all the way to max level, even grinded out a little bit of Paragon in each of them. But I think my favorite was Wizard. I spent the most time on Wizard. What was your guys' favorite class?
So my favorite class is the Monk. I love the mobility. I like just getting in and out and like destroying whole packs of mobs together. That feels really good, but I think like in terms of fantasy fulfillment, my favorite would have to be the Barbarian. I just love that it's like the meat potatoes, pop demons with my axes feeling, and so sort of like nothing takes that place in my heart. So my answer is cheating, it's 2.
Every time we do a playtest of some kind, I like to play a different class. So this time around, it was time for some Barbarian love. And I played Barbarian up to max and played some Paragon after that. Had a good time with it. I love some of the legendary items on the Barbarian. I got, there was one sweet legendary I found that it was every time you use Hammer of the Ancients, it would summon an Ancient to fight alongside you. And then I got another legendary item that gave Hammer of the Ancients 2 charges, so I could actually like double up on those, and that was super fun.
Yeah, I had a Twister.
I know that was
legendary that turned it into a giant tornado, and that was really cool. I was just running through the Elder Rifts, gathering up all the mobs, and then just using this big tornado. It's like as big as the almost screen. It's a really awesome one. A lot of the abilities I noticed have like a dual purpose. Like with Monk, you can kick, and then you can kick off the wall, and then with Wizard, you can place like an ice crystal, and then reflect the Ray of Frost off the crystal, and then just do this big AoE to all the enemies in the area. What was it like designing all that interaction that we don't have in other games?
When it comes to designing the skills for Diablo Immortal, we definitely want to make sure that we're bringing something new. You know, in a lot of ways, it's good when the classes feel familiar. And
one thing about Wyatt Chang, I feel so bad for him, dude. I mean, he got so much hate, dude, for this Diablo Immortal thing. And, I mean, he was probably just doing his job, man. I mean, he might be really passionate about Diablo games. You know, he's been at Blizzard a long time. I felt so bad for him, dude. I was pissed about the Immortal thing. And, you know, I just felt really bad. You know, like, I don't think he deserved that, dude. But, you know, it's the internet, I guess, you know.
Sometimes it
seems like such a nice guy, too.
People love to have their Barbarian with Whirlwind and Whirlwind through enemies. It's such a classic. People would always want to look for that. It's also really important that we have new experiences. And I think things like the Ice Crystal and the kick that you mentioned are really important. You want some things that are new, some things that are improved over previous, and some things that are familiar and comfortable. And I think the right mix of all three when it comes to class skills is what lets us have, you know, honoring the Diablo legacy while still pushing in new directions.
One thing I definitely want to dive into is the speed, like the progression speed. It really gives me like D3 vanilla vibes where you know, legendaries aren't dropping left and right. And like everything you get, you're so grateful because you don't get that many items.
I don't know how you
like,
guys play
crafting
Diablo
materials.
3
Like,
with all those legendaries dropping.
And it feels really good when you get it, you know. Was this all kind of planned, this pacing? Is this what's you guys are thinking about?
Yeah, I think that, you know, you always want to have a good pacing of reward, but you really want those random moments to be exciting as well. So for us, finding a new legendary item is that surprise, right? It's like, oh, sweet, I got a legendary. And if it's happening too often, then it's not as exciting anymore. But we also want to make sure
looks like Diablo 3
feeling
Alpha,
like every
dude.
play session was worth it. And so, well, that's where systems like Paragon and Gear Rank Up come in, where if I play for 15 or 30 minutes and I don't see a legendary item, I've still managed to advance my character in other ways. And so you sort of have that like predictable reward that you can count on, but then you also have those moments of excitement that come from an awesome drop.
When I hit max level on my wizard, I was bummed because I'm like, no frozen orb, like that's so iconic, right? And then I got a legendary that turned it into
I ain't gonna watch this for
orb,
30
and
minutes.
I was like, this is cool. Like it kind of makes you think
just
like
letting
anything's
you guys
possible
know.
because you can just kind of modify the skills to become other skills.
Yeah. And you know, there's something super exciting about finding a legendary that you didn't even know existed in the game.
I can't believe they
It's
talked
almost
about
like the
Immortal for
magic
30
that
minutes. I can't believe
existed during
Bloodshed did this.
Tactical Alpha. You know, nowadays,
Like, dude, I can't believe they had Bloodshed on here for 30 minutes talking about Diablo Immortal. He's on here the whole time? Oh my god. What is this, Bale?
There should be a difference.
Yo, dude, I swear that's Bale right there. Oh my god. Where's Bale at?
What you see in a Rift, which sort of like takes its tile set from a global pool of different things you can see versus
Yeah, this
like
little
a
map
layer,
layout right here
where a
looks just like
layer could
Diablo
be
3.
inside Biofen or Ashwood Cemetery, and the layer below a
like
cemetery
the same
should
thing.
look different than the layer below a jungle. Or
I listen,
thanks for
listen, guys.
supporting.
I'll tell you. I don't think I could do this. Dude, I'd be so stressed out. I don't think I could do 30-minute press run Diablo Immortal. I can't believe Bloodshed did this. I mean, I don't know. I mean, I probably would have done it too. You know, I mean, honestly, I probably would have done this. But I would have been stressed out, dude. You know, I don't know. But I don't know. I like Bloodshed. He's a cool dude, man. I like him. He seems like nice and chill and stuff like that. I can't watch it for 30 minutes though. I can't do that. See if they upload this other Diablo stuff. Let's see. Let's check this out. The voice of Deckard Cain. Watch this.
Hi, this is Michael Goff, the voice of Deckard Cain, and I invite you to stay a while and listen. I had been working on another project. They just they said we're working on something else. Had no idea what it was, and they said we have this character that we're thinking about, and we just would like to see if you could read a few lines here and do a quick audition. So I mean, there was a little bit of a description. This older, kind of wise wizard-ish character. Maybe he kind of would sound like an older Sean Connery. Was a nice clue to work with, because it sort of gave you a little path down which, you know, Deckard.
It kind of looks like Deckard Cain, that thing.
Depth or the layers to his character in the beginning, but his sound, it just sort of appeared. But it was, yeah, he was a little more perfunctory to begin with. So he would just kind of, you know, appear with his heraldic staff and he'd go, follow me to find the next soul stone. The stakes got higher, right, as time went on. He just became himself in D2. beyond just being the iconic functionality character that he had been in the beginning. He's got his own issues. It was a pleasure and a joy to be able to
Llama's on now?
Just have more to grab onto. And
all right, let's go check that out. See what's going on here with Mr. Llama.
Actually worked with Blizzard for a while now, a couple years, even starting with some BattleNet integration type things. We just finished Tony Hawk Remaster. Before that, we did Crash Bandicoot Remasters, and it just seemed like a perfect match for us to work together.
It was a shock to my system to first to come in and then see that it's a remaster trailer. I was not expecting that, but then to see the complete shift in the design and the art and everything. And I'd really love to hear more about how you came up with the process for how you want to remaster the look of it, right? How you wanted it to visually exist. And I'd love to bring in Chris Amaral to talk about some of that. Chris, can you discuss a little bit of the philosophy and the design decisions around this remaster?
So luckily we had a ton of good inspiration from the original D2 art. Our primary focus is always nostalgia, right? We want to make sure we focus on getting this right and deliver an authentic experience that players remembered from 20 years ago. Every choice we make with the art, with the models,
I like that
with the
loading
environments,
screen.
should really ignite that nostalgia and then reinforce that emotional connection from the original game. But then we came up with like a 70-30 visual guide. 70% is basically the classic. This is where we don't touch. We don't touch what works, right? We want to maintain those iconic shapes, colors, tones. Everything should be one-to-one and faithful to the original. We want things to feel authentic and preserve those original designs. With the 30% new, that's kind of like where we're going to elevate that art. Every change we make should really signify that step forward visually.
I also noticed that the game was 3D, and can you talk a little bit about the discussion or how you moved and some challenges?
Well, you're saying the reason why I'm not there. Yeah, Blizzard's never really reached out to me about a lot of things. I mean, as far as the streamer community goes in Diablo 2, they really reach out to Llama the most when it comes to a lot of Diablo type things. I'm not sure why. Well, here's why this is why I think they usually reach out to Llama, is because Llama he's like number 2 or number 1 on the most popular Diablo streamers. I think Ryu is more popular than Llama, really just by the numbers. Usually when Ryu's on Diablo 2, he gets high numbers, higher than Llama. But I think they choose Llama because he's the biggest and he does a wide variety of things. So Ryu really just does speedruns. Ryu doesn't talk about all these other things going on. So since Llama is the biggest and he talks about a wide variety of Diablo stuff, they kind of go to him. You know what I mean? But they're really not involved with anyone else, really. I'm not too sure why. And that's just that. I mean, probably mainly just because he's the biggest, though, is probably why they choose him. So.
Moving from 2D to 3D.
Well, I mean, evolving from a 2D sprite game, like a 2D image game, to a 3D is very challenging. We basically had to write a complete new PBR renderer, so a physically based renderer on top of the old game logic. It's difficult because you're dealing with models versus 2D sprites, where you have to basically write. You have dynamic lighting, you have dynamic VFX. A lot of that is an additional system that we have to work out on our end.
So the follow-up to that question, I suppose, is I wasn't able to see any items when I was watching that trailer. Are all of the items also going to be remastered? All of the gems, all of every single piece of this? And what sorts of flavor did you decide to add artwork?
So everything is being redone. So we remodeled everything because everything has to drop in the game. So you have your icon art, and then you have your 3D space art that flips, right? So we had to basically model everything.
Yeah, we got to rewind this right here.
And as far as the inspiration, PBR renderer, so a physically based.
I want to look at the
renderer
items,
on top of
the inventory
the
screen.
old game logic. It's difficult because you're dealing with models versus 2D sprites, where you have to basically write. You have dynamic lighting, you have dynamic VFX. Like a lot of that is an additional system that we have to work out on our end.
So the follow-up to that question, I suppose, is I wasn't able to see any items when I was watching that trailer. Are all of the items also going to be remastered? All of the gems, all of every single piece of this? And what sorts of...
God damn, Llama's eyes look big, man.
...to add to that artwork?
So everything is being redone.
Jeez.
So we remodeled everything because everything has to drop in the game. So you have your...
Must be like his streamer lights or something like that.
You have your icon art, and then you
Look at these items right here.
have your 3D space art that flips, right? So we had to basically model everything.
It's got a perfect bone snap right there, 300 ED.
And as far as the inspiration, we actually were inspired by some original documentation that we found from Blizzard North, where there was a huge Word doc of like where the original artists pulled inspiration from. So a lot of that was
like a lot of this stuff. I've like endless amounts of this stuff. Like I've searched like the never ending world of like Diablo stuff. I have so much stuff like this. It's unbelievable.
Like very like
there's a lot of Diablo 2 stuff.
Locations, very very much real world referencing. So that was kind of where we kind of pulled our inspiration as well.
Wow,
we wanted
dude.
that functional design that the original art had. Everything felt like it was believable, and that detail really does
amazing
help to give it some realistic context and makes you feel more immersed in the game. Like it makes you feel like you're part of this world when you can see every little buckle and strap.
I remember when we went into the tavern.
Here, give me 1 second, guys. I'm also gonna... I don't know why this isn't like full screen right here. There we go. Fix this. All right, cool.
And there was garlic hanging from a beam, and we're all like, what's the garlic? And this is all full 3D everything. And then they're like, oh yeah, there was garlic in the old game. We go back and it's like 4 white sprites, and you're like, holy cow, yeah, garlic. And there's hams hanging and everything. So it was really cool to see it almost for the first time.
And it's funny because original SD, like it was made in all 3D. So we actually came across a bunch of screenshots that were a different camera. Like it wasn't the isometric camera. It was like either marketing art or something else, or maybe just exploration. But there was shots of that garlic in the original art. You could never really see it in the pixel art, but it was there. So it was telling that they were really trying to achieve something very very grand with this art.
I'm not gonna lie, I never knew that they had garlic hanging in there. I mean, maybe a couple white sprites. I thought they were maybe candles, or who knows. No clue. But that makes me excited to go look around now and just like explore all of the areas in the game, just to look at the new detailed art and see what was.
Well, you see it now too, because also we have the one new feature for the art on the art side of things is a zoom camera. So it'll help you get in there and look at all the details. Like it was something that I really felt strongly that like a lot of ARPGs that come out now all have a zoom feature. So this will really get you up and close and personal with like your armor, your weapons, like everything, the runes.
Another way to look at it too is our legacy toggle feature where you can flip back between the old visual.
Yo, Marty, thanks so much, man. Welcome back, X. Can't wait for remaster as long as they don't push it back as usual. Yeah, thank you so much, man. I appreciate that.
of the game and our current visuals. It's not even just a simple art swap. It is really the old game running underneath, because like Chris was mentioning, our new our graphics engine is running on top of the game, and is mimicking what is running underneath. It's still following all the same data and rules and timings of everything. So we are still being true to that 25 frames per second of what the game is underneath, but rendering it in a way that has more frames per second.
Yeah, I'd love to hear more about that specifically, because when I go into Diablo 2, I'm thinking 25 FPS, and like you said, the game is built on that. My faster casting, my hit recovery, all of this stuff is built on 25 FPS. So how do you create a game that's 60 FPS?
So all of the logic and how the game talks with the server and everything like that runs on that cycle, and that hasn't changed. So we still have benchmarks in all of our content, say for animations of when a hit frame occurs, how long it can recover, and all of that. That all matches exactly. Now it can run at a faster frame rate, and so modern games run on time, not frames. So we've done that, but all of the logic still runs on those same things. So you can wait for your breaks to occur. All of those things still happen at the exact same. And that was through no small effort, but it's super important, right? Because even if you can't see it right away, you feel it when it's different. We've done that on lots of areas. So for example, the original game only had so many sprites to render your rotation. So you'd have your character and they're rendered out at so many angles, and the monsters even less. But you could actually walk at greater directions, right? You have, I think it was 64 different squares around you that you would path to, and you'd have feet sliding. We've increased that, so now there's more granularity. Obviously it's 3D, your character can run straight, but underneath the hood, I mean, this is a game made back when the inspiration was tabletop games, and so the game is a grid, so it still respects that grid, right? Like on the controller will still allow you to move small amounts, because you push the stick a little bit, but it's still, you're either in a run state or a walk state. Stamina is still a thing. You're still on a grid. Like all of that logic, once again, is all being driven by the old game. That hasn't changed.
Rob was mentioning animation. Animation is.
I like these guys. These guys seem pretty cool.
Because you only had a few of the frame counts basically to make that animation. So it wasn't like a modern game where you have tons of different keys to make it very fluid animation. We had to really like maintain that timing, that pace. The posing was a big focus for us too. We wanted to get those iconic poses for each character, and then just align that silhouette.
So continuing the talk of visuals, I want to talk about characters, cosmetics, how they look. Because I know something that I love with Diablo 2 is just putting on, a scale mail, putting on a full plate mail, putting on a sacred armor, and seeing the character like have the different change and all of that. But some things still don't like reflect over in the color of it or whatnot, right? Some do, some don't. Is there going to be changes there, or is it just enhancing all of those visuals and making them just look even cooler?
So our goal was to basically be one-to-one with parity with the original game. So we built every piece of armor that was in the original game and is now in the remastered version. The only difference we did is with the icon items. So we have a more connected visual with the icon and the item that drops in the game, where before you had different visuals. That's really the only thing we pushed on as far as modernization.
Yeah, so like shields or weapons, a lot of the unique items that you find in the game had special kind of icon arts, right? And that is something we're actually going to be showing on your character in the new visuals.
That definitely excites me. I think that's something a lot of people would love to see, a lance guard and have the cool stuff actually on their character there.
It will be the same model you see on those icons.
Are we going to see remastering of the cinematics in the game?
Yes,
we are. Yep, the entire full 28 minutes or whatever is going to be all remastered with new high fidelity art. It's going to look amazing, by the way. So
will the sound in those also be remastered, and any other sound in the game be remastered?
All of the audio.
I feel like Llama's asking questions that he would not ask. Like it's almost like they. Oh my god, I gotta change that. it's almost like Blizzard gave him the questions and he's just asking them. I mean, really? Are you going to remaster the sounds in the cinematic, dude? What? What are you talking about, dude?
Remastered, as well as we've added additional, surround sound features. There's more ambient, there's more effects going on. It's just a richer experience if you want to play with your, full setup. However, we have to use that measured hand as well with audio. There's just a lot of very, very iconic sounds that we really couldn't change, right? Like, if you put a skull into your inventory, that pop noise, we really could.
Don't change my skull sound.
Exactly, right? So there are certain things you're gonna, you'll hear for like your footsteps running.
Come on, guys! Like the sounds are fine. Are you
serious?
serious?
Kicks in, it's gonna have a lot.
What
more
are we
depth.
doing
When
here?
you go to the jungle, you'll hear a lot more life in those, trees. But yeah, there's just some sounds we couldn't mess with, right?
With Blizzard, when we're creating new games, one of our design philosophies is to what we call find the fun. And when we were looking at D2 again, we very much felt like the fun is still there. So it's actually one of our core pillars for...
I mean, listen, Llama is even though me and Llama, or whatever, whatever. Llama is a smart freaking dude, man. Like, I know I know, like, we kind of have disagreements and stuff, but he is a smart dude. And he knows a lot of crazy stuff about Diablo 2. I'm like, dude, are the sounds in the cinematics, dude? Like, one time I was on the phone conversation with him. I think this is when me and him had a conversation. And he was talking, I think he did a stream about this, talking about some crazy stuff like the, wide variety randomness of drops in Diablo 2. And if you click this certain, treasure chest, it has like 100% chance to drop this white item. Just like, I'm like, dude, like, what are you talking about, man? Like, so he's smart. He knows a lot of stuff about Diablo. He's a smart dude. But this is, like, I don't know. I hope they ask, I hope they have him ask or whatever some other questions, because this is just kind of, I don't know, the sounds in the
Diablo
cinematics.
2 Resurrected specifically was to keep the fun and keep it at its core. And because of that, we're looking at it more as a remaster at that point, and like, what can we do based on what the community wants, or what features naturally are necessary for making this game run on modern day systems and things like that.
I think also we want to thank and appreciate the fan base, right? This is really a true nod to the original game. We want to preserve that game and the structure of that game as much as we can. And if we went with the remake, it would be a completely different game. So I think that was the reason why we chose this.
Speaking, from my experience or from some of my community's experience and the discussions we've had, we definitely felt like with Diablo 2, a remaster just seemed like the way to go, because there's so many, like you said, there's so many of those tiny details within the game that overall, when you add them up, create such a big part of the experience of the game. And remaking that into a new game could be a challenge, and could also be a challenge in keeping the fun of the game in that way. I kind of look at it a little bit like StarCraft Brood War, which also had a remaster, and how it's like a lot of the pathing bugs and the duds from the Reavers and all of these things in the game that were kind of awful are what make the game beautiful and what make the game super balanced. And if you were to go and remake it and remove some of those issues, it would change how the whole entire game plays. And so I felt like with Diablo 2, that's kind of the same idea, right? You got to keep some of those difficult details, because then it ends up creating the overall experience that we all know and love.
Yeah, we also felt that, like, for a game during its time back in 2000, based on limitations, or everyone was still looking at strategy guides or just limited internet, it led to that kind of typical game design you see, where there was a lot of mystery and discovery So we felt like that was another part of part of keeping the fun, which was to maintain that discovery of the game as well.
So speaking to maintaining and possibly changing, what are the pieces that did end up staying the same? Or if it's easier to explain the other way, what are the pieces that were really changed to bring this remaster to life?
So at its core, we want it to still be the same. So right away, things like the balance, the monsters you see on the spawn rates, item drops, and things like that are the same. And what we're doing is trying to take any of the rough edges you see, compatibility issues, resolution issues, and obviously the art, improving the arts as well. All these kinds of things you come to know from a remaster, but still maintaining very much what the game is. So,
and when it comes to the features we added, this is probably the biggest area where we scrutinize so much is this addition straying too much? You know, does it still create the same gameplay experience and other things like that? So things like a shared stash, we know people use mule characters, right? And so adding a shared stash we felt was the right choice when it came.
We have a shared stash?
We have a shared stash.
Yeah. We have a shared
oh, thank God.
Now the way that the shared stash works is there are rules, right? You can't have your ladder characters mixing a stash with a non-ladder character, and you can have your offline characters, can't use your online. But for the most part, we're like, people do this anyway with a mule character, so it's okay to give them this feature.
That is like the greatest feature that you could add, because there's nothing worse than opening up the game, going in, dropping all your GG items to mule them over because you've run out of space, and then not being able to log back in, or the game's not created, or it didn't perm in time, and losing all of your gear, or trying to find someone to help you transfer your gear over, because oh my gosh, a shared stash is amazing. Thank you so much. That's such a help.
Like I said, maintaining the core was a thing, but the other aspect of it was to see where we can improve.
I've had that happen to me so many times on Battle.net, man. Like, I've lost so many items transferring, like having to create a game, and then, there was always like Diablo 2 players trying to like steal your items and stuff. It was just terrible, dude. Trying to transfer like Annies and torches. Yeah.
Right, so the shared stash is one of them because we saw it as a very common concern, especially around muling, which people had workarounds anyway, right? So that is one thing. Another example is we are reimagining the UI in the game. With a new reimagined UI, we're still trying to stay very faithful to what you come to expect. So you'll still have the classic globes on the HUD screen, the skill icons, the potion belts, and all that. But we are reorganizing a little bit. We're trying to integrate the menu buttons and the stamina bars closer together within the HUD, so it's built a little bit cleaner. And naturally with reimagining a UI, we have some liberties to add a few things. So going back to the information I was talking about, a big thing we're doing on the character screen is we're adding an advanced stats screen as well. So we're going to be showing you all the information you get from items as well. So you don't have to do that kind of math with like looking at each of your items and calculating how much magic find you have, for example. It'll all be like summarized right there for you.
Something that we've seen already in a lot of mods where they've gone ahead and taken that information and created a little screen. So that's really nice to see that you guys are implementing that as well. Because I don't think anybody likes sitting down and counting up the magic find of every specific item, and all of their charms and all of everything to figure out what is the number, how much do I have.
We've also added auto gold, so you can opt in. It is a feature you can turn off, which is one of the things we have to be careful of. A handful of other things where we're like, if you want this, you can turn it on, but you can also keep it off. This was actually something that we started looking into when we were adding controller support. There's a lot of paths that we could have taken with controller support, obviously for controllers on console, which we're coming out on, but allowing just plug a controller in for accessibility reasons, for that might be the way you want to play. But it's a PC first experience. Like, for example, there's still an inventory grid, there's still inventory Tetris. That's core to what Diablo 2 is, right? Taking that away, it starts to become something different.
And I love that. I think that's the perfect way to really introduce it, because you're going to have that split in the community. You're going to have half the people who say, just give me auto gold. It's 2020. I don't want to worry about having to pick up every individual gold stack. But then you're going to have the opposite side of purists who go, don't touch this. Like, that completely changes my game experience. And, if I'm speedrunning through the game or playing through whatever, I want to be able to go over and pick up the gold stacks and take that time, and that's more a part of the Diablo 2 experience for me. I want to jump back to features in a second, but before we do, you just brought up console play, and I feel like we have to jump into console, the decision for console, and how you're gonna make that work. You already talked a little bit about like auto gold, having that to be a little more accessible, but when I think of Diablo 2, I think of a mouse going and clicking everywhere and how does this work on a console?
To say it wasn't a challenge would be a bold lie. So there's a couple things. For the most part, the game thinks you're still using a keyboard and mouse with a controller. That was almost a rule we kept, that helped keep us on the rails, because we didn't want to be sacrificing once again that authentic experience. But we did want to make it more accessible, bring it to a modern audience. I mean, there are people who were born after this game came out that we want them to enjoy it and play it. And a lot of those people are used to, just more modern titles that could use a controller. Also, from an accessibility of just allowing you to plug in a controller, helps for many other people to get to enjoy the game. The biggest thing I think that the two big things we'll say. One is you're changing the way you play the game from being kind of an eye in the sky and telling your hero what to do by clicking on areas to actually being your character and directing them. So pathfinding is gone, right? Because you're doing the pathfinding and things like that, which creates some very interesting things. For example, the sorceress's teleport is meant to teleport to wherever you click. So in that area, when you're playing on the console, we will have a kind of a default distance that you will teleport to. Whereas on the PC, you can click wherever you want. Same with Barbarian's Leap, although that one's interesting because it levels. But it's become a very, very fun challenge. Like, I'm a necromancer and I need to target an item on the ground that has a certain keyword. It's working so far, but you guys will be the ultimate judge of that.
Yeah, we've had a lot of talks back and forth, playtesting and things like that. A big challenge we had too was categorizing, all those 300 character skills, to see how each of them really play, to see what challenges there were. And yeah, like Rob mentions, the Necromancer Iron Golem is a favorite of ours to continuously talk about because of the various ways it can target. Also, like a Sorcerer's Telekinesis is another example.
Watching the trailer, we see the Assassin and Druid at the campfire. We see a Druid casting Tornado. I have to ask, though, even still, this includes Lord of Destruction, right? This is going to be a full encompassing remaster and not just classic or just a piece?
That's correct. Yeah, we are going to be including both the base Diablo 2 and the expansion Lord of Destruction as well. And we're even keeping the mode of playing non-expansion character as well, right? So you could still play a classic barbarian, for example, and things like that.
Okay, awesome. Because that was something I was also going to ask was, will there be classic mode? Because once again, when you go to the purist, you always have the people that go back all the way and they're like, classic is pure and that's it, and I won't play anything else.
Yeah, it was very much a mode we wanted to keep. Even based on popularity, it might not be as much, but it's still a part of the game, and it still leads to interesting ways of playing too, right? A lot of it's even data driven too, so like a lot of the reasons to keep it were pretty clear to us. Like, let's make sure we're not taking something away from this remaster.
I'd love to go ahead and start talking about some of the other features, or continue talking about some of the other features that you had mentioned before, because hearing each of these already has gotten me so excited for this game. And so what are some other little things that you felt could be changed, wouldn't change the whole flow of the game, but just improve it a little bit?
One thing we're looking into is making it easier to interact with your stash. So having quick keys to move to your stash is one thing versus like dragging the mouse to every time you want to move something to your stash. Other things we're looking at as well are like an item comparison tooltip. So in case you're looking at some other item, you can hold Shift or whatever controller button is mapped, and then you can see what equipped items you have just for quick glances, things like that.
The item comparison is a great example of us adding it, but added it with a measured hand. So we don't suggest any gear for anybody. The gear in Diablo 2 is so quirky and different, and every class can use everything, that us recommending things like that actually was more confusing to people. So you hold Shift and it's like, here's what you got equipped, here's what it is.
I think that's the great way to do it with Diablo 2, because I agree. I mean, I think that's one of the best parts about Diablo 2. The items are so fantastic, so unique in their own design, that it would be near impossible to have a tooltip that could actually recommend one or the other, you know, because it's all so unique to every situation and character and skill build and everything.
We added 5 more languages, so that's a feature to a lot of people who speak those other languages. The whole front end is pretty much modernized now, so your character is much bigger front and center right in the beginning, and you'll have a backdrop of whatever act you're in. So that's all.
Oh, this looks cool, dude. I like this. It's not really like the original game, but I think it looks really cool, dude. This looks amazing.
All been streamlined. You can still, play online or offline, but that flow has been improved.
So what are your favorite changes that each of you have within the game so far?
There's a lot of fun. It's fun to see a lot of the art come to life with our new visuals. So for me, one of the things I've been waiting for since first starting on this game was to see that character creation campfire scene come to life in our new arts, and I'm really happy to see how far it's progressed, and I love seeing that. It's just such an iconic moment. It's the first thing you really see in the game before you get started, and it's amazing.
Can I say all the art? No, I'm just kidding. So we added, like Rob mentioned, we added like an act-specific screen in the front end, and it's basically this large screen where we have like a diorama of each act, and it's amazing to see because it feels like you're really there. Like you can see the detail, you can see every aspect of the scene, and it just has that very immersive feeling to it. So that's probably my favorite part. Oh, that's cool.
I think mine is a little bit more squishy. I think our game has gotten a little scarier. I think that there are certain areas in the game where just the way that the 3D lighting is and the way the sound is, and I play it on a big screen TV sometimes, and just it feels
it's got some
scary.
fast run walk right there.
A little more claustrophobic in certain areas. That's not just one feature. There's a lot of things going on there, but I think it's really, really cool. I would like to hope that had the original creators had the tools we have today, it's the experience they would have wanted to make.
Yeah, I think the lighting really helps with that too, because we're a 3D game. That's one of the biggest differences between the original games. So what the game had before with the sprites, with 3D models built into sprites, was not a true real-time lighting system. So because we're pushing that with a 3D graphics engine running on top of the game and getting actual 3D lighting inside of those kinds of caverns and corridors makes for a very interesting experience now, because it just feels more immersive with having light react around you like that.
Yeah, I would definitely say, I mean, I've only seen the trailer piece you sent me, but even from that, just seeing down in the tunnels or the sewers or, any of those like you said, cavern, dungeonous zones, the lighting, it was darker and brighter, and then things like the skeletons with the fire, but it just had this different, I agree, creepier feel. So I haven't seen much more than, or anything more than you guys showed me.
Yeah, they should show the cow level.
Definitely a different feel to the game.
That'd be pretty
cool. I
cool.
loved the fire the most, I think. Just watching the sorceress meteor was gorgeous.
Fire and lightning, once we got all the effects up and running, that was definitely a couple of times where we would be just in a review and we're and 10 minutes would go by and we're like, oh crap, we had a meeting, we were just playing now. Another thing that kind of goes without saying, that just because it's parody, but 8-player multiplayer, that just works. But once again, it was tricky to get that going.
So with multiplayer, are there going to be any changes, any differences in there from PvP to trading to how players interact, units blocking each other? I mean, all sorts of stuff.
So with multiplayer, we want to keep all the features you've known and loved there. So PvP will still be there, down to like opening the party window and engaging hostility. Trading is still going to function the same as you know. You can go into games, trade items, or talk in chat channels and things like that. Areas of improvement, though, like I said, going back to my mentioning of reimagining a lot of the UI, improvements to the battlement lobby. So we're trying to look at some things like improving like how you browse server games. Like, so when you're looking at a game to join and typing passwords and things like that, that's the kind of area we're trying to see how we could smooth out in ways like making sure you can browse normal games, Nightmare games, and Hell games, even though you've graduated to the higher difficulty. I'm sure you've known that.
There's nothing worse than accidentally killing Bale in Nightmare when you're trying to do Nightmare Bale runs and you're like, I can't find any of the games anymore for Nightmare Bale runs.
But you can if you log into a separate character.
Right, you go to a separate character and then look at it.
That was kind of our logic, right? Since there are workarounds there, that made it easier for us to make the decision of allowing some of those things.
I remember doing that.
Is also looking into reducing ladder seasons overall. So right now, ladder seasons in Diablo 2 are 6 months, and we're looking at reducing that as well to help have more engagement and kind of drive more incentives too. 6 months is a long time.
I don't know, dude. 6 months is pretty solid though. I mean, because if they cut it to like 3 months, I think 3 months is pretty good. But if they keep like the high rune drop chance the same, it's going to be hard to come around some high runes. But really, 6 months seemed good, in my opinion. 3 months seems really good with like bots and stuff like that. So, I don't know. We'll just have to see what they do, I guess. I mean, I think, I don't know, like 4 months is good. Ladder reset. I really don't like the ladder exclusive stuff though. Like all the exclusive rune words and stuff like that. So I don't know. It's kind of a hard decision to make. Hey, what's going on, everybody? It's like a bunch of new people coming in. But I think a year is too long. 6 months max. 6 months max. So, I don't know. I hope they get talking about like patches and rune words, rune drops, probably two of the biggest things.
And we're looking
I'm sure they'll talk about it.
So like if we make it shorter, we could probably have greater beats throughout the year, as well as seeing people strive harder for getting like that to that level 99, right?
So is there going to be any reward change on that, or will it just simply be the same standard? You get to 99, you're 99 on that leaderboard, and I mean that's a giant reward in itself, but I don't know if there's any other piece go up on the Battle.net website or something.
We're not looking into adding anything beyond what the game really did, but in some ways there will be some things that kind of come out of because of what we changed. So we have the ladder, the leaderboard, right, where you can see each class going to level 99. There are easier ways to filter through that, and we're also looking into saving that, right? So you can always look back to previous seasons as well. So in a way, we're creating that kind of legacy now that has kind of been dropped from the past. So that's one advantage, is your names could be there in the legacy if you're looking in the past.
I mean, I think that would be
thanks,
cool
Sebastian. Appreciate it, man.
Keep it there as like forever. Like this was season 1, season 2. Like that's when I got my 99. Because I know a lot of people like to go and reflect kind of on their old characters and pushes and stuff like that.
Character expiration will not be a thing anymore, by the way.
Ooh.
Due to modern Battle.net integrations, we do not have to. You will not have to worry about refreshing your character, so they will stay with you.
Awesome. Will there be anything different with like character names then, if that's the case?
Oh, yeah. So this was one that we talked about for a very, very long time. So because we are moving to global servers and we have cross progression, we will allow duplicate names because with everyone being in the same thing across all consoles and all platforms and other things like that, you would very quickly bump into duplicates like day one. And so we are allowing duplicate names. However, they will also be appended with your gamer tag or your Battle.net ID.
Dude, people are going to be making Xtimus names everywhere, man. Dude, people take my name all the time on Diablo. People are going to be like, hey, it's Xtimus. Yeah, interesting. I mean, I guess you could just match it with my Battle.net tag or something. I don't know.
Or things like that, so that you are still unique.
I don't know if you guys remember, there's like a dude that it's a guy in like the Europe servers. He took my name Xtimus and he got to #1 on the ladder or something like that. He was the level 99 assassin and everyone thought it was me. I'm like, dude, that's not me. Like, so.
But this also allows us for people to play the game quicker because we can autofill in your name, other things like that.
Rob touched on it a little bit, but another mention there was going to global servers as well. So this is a new thing we're doing where the concept of US West, US East, Asia regions, and EU are no longer going to be a thing in terms of like being on separated servers. So now for the push for a global play with Diablo 2, you can now be able to join across people around the world.
I think that's a fantastic change. That's always been one of the like saddest parts is like they're on EU and I'm on, US East and then my other friend's on US West and it's like, how do we get us all together? Like, okay, somebody has to make a sacrifice there. And so that seems like a really positive change. So far, you guys are killing it. I'm loving absolutely. I just want to say, like, I'm loving all of the changes. And
thanks for, Sebastian, if that was you, thanks for buying the shirt, man. Well, I talk about if you are coming back to YouTube, can you make a video about where you've been and what you are up to? Oh, yeah, man. I mean, pretty soon you guys will hear a lot of stuff. I mean, there's a lot of announcements I got to make, some really big announcements. It's just going to take some time. There's so much going on right now with this and other stuff. You guys will hear about it pretty soon.
All of the decisions that have been made, it feels like you're really respecting the integrity of the game, but really bringing in a lot of that quality of life because Diablo 2 just had some of those pain points like muling and separate servers and all of that. So I just want to throw that out there really quick.
There's a lot of love and care going on into this. Like we're very passionate about Diablo 2. I can even give you a little anecdote of when I started on the team. I was asking around too. Naturally, as a designer, I want to know as much as possible about this game in order to make good decisions on a remaster. So I asked around like what kind of files and leftover archives do we have from before from Blizzard North, and I was told I was given some, and I was told that was
thanks, Max,
which I quickly disbelieved because I like to just do my own little digging arounds to find out things. So I dug around a lot in a lot of archives, and I looked around in different teams as well because naturally a game from 20 years ago, people have moved on different teams and like where has data moved around across our other games across Blizzard. So it was within folders, I like to say, that I found a lot.
Holy shit. I've never seen this. This image just to make the individual elements clear. Please refer to Tyrio concept image for style. I've never seen these. I found every piece of Diablo 2 artwork probably ever. And I've never seen this. I don't know what this is.
Of old source files from Diablo 2. A lot of things, like within folders of saying stuff we should archive. And there was a lot of stuff to archive indeed, because there are a lot of things, like we're talking like model source files, old tools.
They must have got a lot of this from Blizzard North somehow. Or probably probably had to reach out to a lot of Blizzard North dudes.
That Blizzard North used to create like the sprites and things like that. All these things I spent
I've seen
months organizing and communicate that out to the team and help getting Blizzard library team and other people to help out too, to help share as much information as possible, which helps a lot with when we're adapting some of these models and whatnot and making new art out of it, because you know sometimes those pixels aren't good enough, and if we have some kind of source model to look at, if we have it, now we can make even closer decisions.
On that day when he found that, I think that really helped me greatly. Like, we sent all of that imagery.
I don't think they talked to Brevik much. I mean, most of the time when I hear Brevik talk about Blizzard, like, people ask him if Blizzard talks to him, and most of the time it seems like they don't really communicate with him at all. I'm pretty sure. You know, I try to be completely like perfect on everything, but I'm pretty sure he says that Blizzard like never talks to him.
Even the models, I think we sent over to the outsource teams and different art teams, which they used as like a stepping stone. The only piece of art we actually reused one-to-one were Tyrael's wings. So we actually took the Tyrael wings from the old Max file and then just repurposed that for ours. Like, we did very little work, very little modernization of that. We just made it work. But yeah, we did follow a lot of the rules that the old game actually used. For like another example is the succubus in Witch. I think the old Blizzard North model, they reused the assassin mesh for the body, and we did the same thing. We use our assassin mesh for the succubus.
Yeah, a lot of fun discoveries that we're actually kind of making the same decisions on in interesting ways. Another example too, like, is because we found a lot of stuff. There's a lot of old texture files for some environments on the game. So another example is like the walls you see in the Act 2 tombs.
Yeah,
with those kinds of like paintings on them.
They're really not talking about the most important questions. Probably the most important two things is like the runes, the rune words, like high rune drops, and what patch are they going to use? I mean, this is like a big deal, and same thing with the expansion. It's not like Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction was always Enigma and all the high runes. Like, there's patch 1.09, like, if you go from Lord of Destruction patch 1.09 to 1.10, it's a completely different game. In patch 1.09, unique items are the best items, right? Patch 1.10, rune words are the best items. And so it's just... And, I mean, even with the remaster, this is pretty cool. But still, there's a lot of things that are not very balanced in Diablo 2. I would probably say at least, or pretty close, 80% of the unique items and rune words in Diablo 2, they're just not that good. They're just terrible, dude. The unique items list is terrible, dude. So, but I mean, I guess at the same time, it kind of adds like kind of makes the game special, like, oh, well, this item sucks, but this one's the best one. I feel like when things are perfect, the thing is about Diablo 2, the things that are not perfect are kind of what make it special and kind of cool and different. Like, hammered-ins aren't supposed to be as powerful as they are, but they just are, and it's just kind of cool, So, I don't know, but that's like the biggest question, because there's a lot of people that just like patch 1.10, like me. Like, patch 1.09 is cool, Lord of Destruction, but I just don't think it would be that much fun. Like, it has to be patch 1.10 or for the most part kind of like nothing, you know. But it's Diablo 2. I'd still have fun, but I don't know. So hopefully they ask that.
The same textures we're using, because we found the source files for those.
Any symbology we have questions on, we always like jump into that archive, try to find some kind of source or reference or something, and we just reuse it as much as possible. We want this to be as true as possible.
That could even carry over to the cinematics too, you know, like a lot of the cinematics cover the same locations. Think of like Tal Rasha's tomb with Baal in front of it, and there's all those runes going on behind him. Finding sources like that to try to match as much as possible was a goal, and I'm glad to say we did find those kinds of things, and they're matching it very well. So it's helping our cinematics too.
There was even concepts we repurposed. Like we found a couple concepts that were amazing from 20 years ago. The Bloodhawk and the Bloodhawk Nest, and we used that
never seen this either.
To rebuild our new asset.
I mean, that's fascinating. I feel like I could just sit here for hours and hours, days, as you guys talk through every single thing you found in the source files.
I could too. I'm still organizing it to this day. I still could find something that could, as I put it, I'm very meticulous with this stuff because I love it so much. You know, I'm putting like categorizing everything. Like this is everything I found on War Eve. This is everything I found on the Greater Mummy Monster or Baal or something. And then if Chris comes to me and needs help with like some kind of way of identifying what parts of the creatures are or something, I even go through lengths of like seeing if I could open up those models. And actually re-rendering them out in a way that we could actually see it in higher detail and like, you know, see like what, like, oh, the Greater Mummy is showing like part of his bone on his knee, so we should try to match that or something like that. And there's a lot of interesting stories and references that we actually used to create the new art by re-rendering models out to see everything.
Yeah, it was literally like video game archaeology, and even learning how parts of D1 were made, parts of the code that were commented out. Totally geek out on just all of the, you know, because it's a game that we all kind of grew up in, and a lot of us got into the games industry because of these types of games, and this game in particular, right? Like, and so it's almost like we're treating it like a classic car, right? Like, okay, it probably shouldn't run on leaded gas anymore, but you really can't change it, right? You just got to make it, you know, good enough, even better, you know, than they remember, and good for another 20 years.
Yeah, and even like, you know, mention of Diablo 1 is very key too. Like we look at Diablo 1 as well, because naturally this being a sequel to Diablo 1, especially within the time span of when it came, like Diablo 1, you know, was 1996 and Diablo 2 2000. A lot of things carried over throughout development. So going back to see Diablo 1 and what it's like also helped us make decisions. Even some of the arts too, because like we discovered certain things we didn't even realize before until later down the line. Like an example is in the Chaos Sanctuary, you see a lot of statues with these black knights, and those are actually the same Chaos Knights you see in Diablo 1. So like sometimes some of the things I find even source files from Diablo 1 were useful for us for reference, so we can make the new statues and things like that.
Even the Sorcerer and the Act 3 Hireling shared very similar models. Like it was just an addition helmet or a little bit of detail on the chest, but that was really the difference.
You guys need to do a just like developer archaeology discussion at some point where you just sit down and talk through all of this, because this is like the most fascinating stuff I've heard. I mean, I've played so much Diablo 2 that I know so many intricacies of the game, but like when there's like more to be discovered, it's like, oh man, I'm like itching to know. So I would love to just listen.
The funny thing is, like, you know, going back to our like core philosophies on the game, like, you know, we wanted to keep discovery and the mystery and stuff. Because you keep discovering things all the time when you play Diablo 2, like all these little hidden rules and informations. It kind of carries that fascination over through development as well. Like we find a lot of things in the code, design documents, models, things like that were really fascinating to see like how they were made, and I learned something new every day on the projects.
One thing, shifting back to the online play here, I know there's definitely going to be questions around security. How are we handling duping? How are we handling bots? How are we handling...
Listen guys, I'm botting the whole thing. I'm duping all the rune work, or high rune. I'm just kidding, guys. I ain't gonna do none of that. Yeah, I am.
You know, just anything around that, realm downs, and all of the disconnects and all of that good stuff that we deal with online. What's being taken or what actions being taken there.
So moving over to modern BattleNet helps us with a lot of those types of things. To say it's, you know, Loctite, I wouldn't dare do that. That's like throwing a gauntlet down to the community to try to break it. But all of that should be far more secure now. Now, we do still allow you to play offline, right? You will need to authenticate that your copy is legit, but after that, you won't be bothered. And so there's a reason why we leave those characters quarantined away from online.
I mean, yeah, we have a server team working on it, and these are some of their efforts, right? We want to stop the bots, stop duping as much as possible. There's a lot of strides happening in the back end of things.
So I'm excited to play this game, and I'm sure a lot of other people are very excited.
I wonder what since they were talking about that, I wonder what they're going to do with the original BattleNet, Diablo 2. Are they just going to leave that and then bring the remaster in? Because that's just going to go on forever, man. I don't know if you guys see, like, there's so many item selling websites and botting, and like I said, the game has just been unplayable, dude, for like a year. At least a year. Like, you can't even play BattleNet Diablo 2, so I wonder if they're going to keep the old BattleNet server up. I don't know if I missed that. So, but people are definitely going to be trying to bot, man. I mean, I'm telling you, even World of Warcraft, sometimes they just can't stop the botting and everything.
How can we sign up for this closed beta, and when will this game be coming out?
Actually, we will be doing a technical alpha, and you can sign up on our webpage today for future waves of invites. As for the game itself, it will be releasing 2021.
Well, I just want to say thank you to the remastering team right here. I absolutely am blown away by how much effort and how much passion you guys are putting into this game and just into Diablo 2. I've loved Diablo 2 for 20 years, and I never thought that the game could get better. But I think you guys are respecting the integrity while upgrading and adding and improving. And I think this is going to overall just better the game. So thank you guys so much. I appreciate you having me on and for all of the hard work you've done.
Awesome. Thank you. I mean, your praise means the world to us.
I think they did a pretty good job.
You and people like you who keep the game going for 20 years, like that's, if you guys didn't do that, this might not be happening, right? We see the passion in what you do, in what your colleagues do. Like, so thank you even more. And thanks for coming to do this. This was fun.
I think they did a pretty good job, dude. They didn't ask the good questions though. But for the most part, I mean, I think it looks pretty good, dude. I think it looks amazing. We'll just have to see what they do with the patches and all that stuff.
You know, the original Diablo 2 is why I'm here at Blizzard today. One of my greatest gaming memories was when my brother and I played for 3 straight days to finish the entire D2 and expansion campaign when it first came out. Not only was it a special moment with my older brother, but ignited a passion within me for Blizzard games, and is why
I used to
being
play
head of the
Diablo 2 with my older
franchise is so
brother
special
too.
now. Well, that's it for me. Thanks for joining us on the Diablo channel today. Together, the D4 team, the Immortal team, the D2R team, and the Diablo 3 team. Let's not forget about them. I mean, after all, we're getting double treasure goblins right now. We're all 100% committed to bringing you even more adventures in Sanctuary at a whole new level and in ways you've never expected. I hope you're ready for it. But for now, keep watching as we close out day 1 of BlizzCon Line.
안녕하세요, 마봉입니다. 전 세계에서 시청 중인 블리자드 팬 여러분, 저희가 세계적인 블리즈컨에
Oh, what is going on right here? What?
정말 영광입니다. 네, 저희가 블리즈컨에서 공연한다고 하니까 주변에 친구들이 너무너무 부러워하더라고요. 한국에서 블리자드 인기는 정말 대단하다고 합니다.
네, 블리자드 30주년 정말 축하드립니다. 앞으로 블리자드 게임할 땐 누구?
마마무!
예.
저희 음악과 함께 해주세요. 감사합니다.
네, 그럼 지금까지 아싸 마마무.
Dude, what just happened?
감사합니다.
What? Mamamoo? All right, I don't want to get copyright strike or something about that, Blizz. I mean, the song was pretty cool though. I thought that was pretty dope. That was a dope song.
Super excited to be able to share with you.
Kind of random though.
Where our adventures are taking us next.
We have a special surprise for you today. Let's check it out.
Well, what a day. I always love seeing those Blizzard cinematics and, of course, hearing all the latest updates from our dev teams.
We're excited to unveil our first major content update for Shadowlands, Chains of Domination.
Soon, you'll be able to revisit Outland yourself when beta starts and tell us what you think.
With Classic revisiting the past, now let's take a look to the future and explore the first expansion of the year of the Griffin.
The mantra for Diablo 4 has been customization first, and the road takes us to a whole new level.
We really want Overwatch 2 to feel like the next evolution, a true sequel to the first game.
After more than 20 years, the Dark Wanderer has returned.
From epic performers,
The Dark Wanderer has returned.
Metallica, to our endlessly talented voice actors.
I swear to my queen. Well, to quote my dear friend, nerf this.
Oh, why is the shield not breaking, McCree?
To Blizzard founders.
I remember when there was a game out there that we liked, we always wanted to show that we could create something even better.
To the greatest StarCraft legends of all time.
This is such a devastating amount of damage. It is worthwhile.
We hope you've enjoyed the show today. Again, please check out the activities waiting for you on BlizzCon.com and join the discussion on your favorite social media channel. Tomorrow is all about leaning into our global community.
Yeah, I wonder what they're going to do
starting with
tomorrow.
Responses to your questions and comments from today. Then our truly amazing community showcase built from all the epic brilliance of all of you. We hope we have segments planned that capture your interest. And if you happen to love Diablo and or D&D, please check out our truly customized and intriguing Critical Role campaign.
Into the air, and it's about to bring it down before it freezes solid, and then as the coins hit it, it breaks away into thousands of tiny frozen bone fragments.
Thanks for tuning in to day one of BlizzCon Line. See you tomorrow.
All right, well, I think it looks pretty dope, dude. So, I don't know, we could just hang out and talk for a little bit, and so, listen, I mean, Guys, I'm sorry I've been gone for so long, and you know, there's just been a lot going on, and I mean, I just feel bad that I've been gone for so long. Like, I feel like I just kind of like left, and you know, you guys are just wondering where I'm at. So I don't know. I'm happy about the remaster. I think it looks great, and you know, I'm sorry that I've been gone for so long. And you know, I just, you know, I wasn't really ready to come on today, and I don't know, I just feel like I kind of just owed it to you guys to be here. And you know, the Diablo 2 rumors were pretty hyped up, so you know, I thought it was really important to try to get on and hang out with you guys, and you know, watch BlizzCon and do all that. But you know, like I said, I mean, I'm sorry I've been gone for so long, and it's, you know, I wish I could be around more. You know, I would love to be around more, and it's just not always easy to come on, you know, and I don't know, I want to be here every day, you know, I want to be here all the time, and it's just like more than a year went by and I didn't even post a video, and it's just, the time goes by so fast. But I don't know, I've really worked hard on a lot of things since I've been gone. You know, I think there's going to be a lot of really cool things to show you guys that I think is going to be pretty cool for Diablo 2's history, for the future of Diablo 2. There's just a lot of things I've worked on. I feel like while I've been gone, I've really been able to kind of just collect a bunch of stuff and really kind of sit down and, you know, think about like what I really want to do with my channel or whatever, because it's such a big deal, man. Like, I know how big of a deal this is, and you know, people are always asking me to come on, people are wondering where I'm at, you know, and it's it's just a lot of pressure sometimes, because so many people are just asking me where I am and what am I doing, you know. And I don't know, well, I got a lot of stuff, you know, coming out soon, and I don't know, I just hope you guys enjoy it. I enjoy it. I love it. I mean, there's just, I mean, I'm obsessed with the game, dude. I mean, there's just so many things that I've done that it's just so overwhelming to do. So, Marty, thanks for the $20, man. I appreciate that. So, I don't know. I mean, I just kind of figured I'd just tell you guys, and I don't know, I'm doing the best that I can. And like the BlizzCon thing was like a big deal. Like, people are just talking to me all the time about BlizzCon. Like, people want me to go to BlizzCon. People want me to advertise Diablo and like bring my vision to BlizzCon and do all this stuff. And you know, it's just a lot. So, but I don't know. So, but we'll hang out like a little bit and then probably take a break or something for a while, see what you guys are doing. And I apologize as well. This is another thing, guys. I don't stream that much. Like, I'm not a streamer, so I'm just not very good at streaming, and sometimes I just don't think I'm very entertaining, or you know, you always just gotta keep people entertained. It's kind of not my thing. You know, I really like to do YouTube videos, so if my stream was like not that good, or like I'm not responding to you guys, like, I'm really sorry. Like, I want to be here and like talk to you guys as much as I can, and you guys can always message me on like Discord and stuff. I always try to respond to people, but streaming is just a whole different thing, man. It's so different than doing YouTube videos. Aw, thank you. Oh, the music is loud, is it really? Well, I hope you guys could hear me well. You're not faking your streams and... New house? Yeah, I'm in a new place now for sure. And I mean, with COVID and all that, I mean, there's just been so much going on, man. And, you know, sometimes I just don't want to be Xtimus. You know, sometimes I just want to just be myself. And, you know, being like a content creator and all that, I mean, there's just a lot of pressure around it, you know? And especially if, like, you're just not happy or maybe you're, like, depressed or something. This is like one thing I mention a lot to a lot of people. It's just not fun to come on to YouTube. You know, maybe if you're not doing good or something's going on. So, you know, I just try to do the best that I can. And, you know, I try to do the best that I can when I'm on here and, you know, be here for you guys and, you know, put out the best content that I can. Making good YouTube videos is funner than streaming. Yeah, I mean, I really like the craft behind like doing videos, and like streaming's just a whole nother thing, man. And like, especially when trying to play the game, you know, you're trying to play the game and talk to people at the same time. And then, you know, it's like, I don't want to be mean and not respond to someone that like, you know, that's like really trying to be nice or interact with me. So I didn't play Classic, no. I think I started like around when Lord of Destruction came out. It's really hard to remember because it was such a long time ago, but I feel like I started playing right when Lord of Destruction came out. Like my first memories of Diablo 2 are like patch 1.09. I didn't play much of Classic, but I mean, I know a lot about Classic in the game and everything like that. The animated wallpaper, so you could get a lot of really cool wallpaper like this. It actually says Diablo 4 behind Diablo 2. You just download Wallpaper Engine, and it's on Steam. So, and then on a Wallpaper Engine, you can download a bunch of like animated wallpaper like this. I'll be right back. Yeah, I didn't play much of Classic. So put on some more Path of Exile music. So, I don't know. The whole thing with the remaster, I don't know if I'm going to play Diablo 4 that much if there's a remaster. Probably one of the best decisions they made is they allow you to switch the graphics. Because I was like, I don't know about playing a remaster. So, classic graphics are really good. Oh yeah, I mean, I'll play Diablo 4. It's just I'm so obsessed with Diablo 2. There's so much to do. I mean, kind of like what Llama was saying and like that developer was saying, there's like so many things about Diablo 2. It's just a never ending. There's just so many things you could do, like with builds, and a lot of people look at Diablo 2 like there's not much to do and it's like a classic game. But with like patch 1.10, like there's so much potential to like, there's just so many things you could do. You know, it just never ends, man. And with modding, so another thing that was really important, I don't know if you guys saw, Riker was saying that there's not going to be any legal stuff with the Diablo 2 mods. So I guess like all the Diablo 2 mods, like Project Diablo and stuff like that, they're just still going to be there. So that's really cool that they're not going to go and mess with that. But I still think that they should add modding to the remaster. But it doesn't seem like they're going to do that. So that was one of my biggest fears. One of my biggest fears is that they were going to remaster Diablo 2. It was going to look terrible. And then it was going to be, well, it's not out, but I thought there's a chance it could look terrible. And then everyone just wants to play the remaster and the original would look so much better, but we don't have to worry about that now. So do you guys have like any other questions or anything like you guys want to ask me, or is there any other like content that I missed? I feel like we covered everything. Like we watched the Llama Press, Riker's video, we looked at the website, we watched some of that Immortal thing with Bloodshed. I think that was about it. Well, probably the only announcement I really have to make right now is there's going to be the 50 things you didn't know about Diablo 2. I probably have like 4 or 5 really big announcements to make eventually. It's just I don't want to do them right now. Kind of let some other announcements come out first, and then I'll do my thing. But yeah, 50 things you didn't know about Diablo 2 is pretty much done. I have the 50 things, so that's a lot of things, man. It was a lot of work. Like, oh man, I was like on like 45. And I was like, dude, I know so much about Diablo 2. I'm like, I just need like 5 more things. You know, but there's a lot of stuff, man. You know, about the game that just, it's kind of hard to find, but come across it, you know. Brevik posted a few things. I think he said like the game looks pretty good, like the remaster looks good and everything. I think there's gonna be, yeah, I think the trade and items will be linked to one account. I think they like a shared stash. They'll probably just disable the shared stash with hardcore. What's going on, Retro Arcade fan? Man, I wonder what my uptime is. We've been on a long time, dude. Like, we've been on for like 4 hours. But, yeah, I mean, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Like, I've worked, didn't work that hard, but I tried to, like, set everything up. Like this Diablo logo right here. I made this. Looks pretty cool. But, I don't know. I think we, like, covered everything, man. I don't think there's anything else. I'll, like, look. See what's going on. So it looks like Llama, he just put out a trailer. Diablo 2 Deep Dive. We watched that for an hour. I really like the team. It looks like these guys are like pretty cool. And I don't know, it seems like they, they're pretty passionate about what they do. Break time. If I could create and design in a Diablo class, I'd probably do something like a healer, like a priest or like a paladin or something like that. Or a shaman. I really like classes that like do everything. See if they talk to Riker anymore. But, well, since they did remaster Diablo 2, this is a really big deal. This is a big deal because there was a lot of things I wanted to do. But with how bad Diablo 2 is, as far as, like, the cheating, the hacking, and everything, like, the game was just, lost, dude. And unplayable, BattleNet and all that. So since this is coming out, it's a pretty big deal. And there'll be a lot of cool things to do future-wise with Diablo 2. As far as actually playing the game. That's another thing where I kind of got lost, and I was like, well, it's really fun to make videos. It's fun to make videos and do stuff. But, like, sometimes you just want to play the game. Editing videos and doing all that. And, it's fun, but, just want to play the game sometimes. But the thing is also with the modding, also Project Diablo 2, there was a lot of people asking me to play Project Diablo 2 and asking me why I didn't play it. I just didn't play it because, I don't know. I probably would have done a lot of things different. And, the whole mapping system and everything like that's kind of just not my thing. Also, I wonder if they're going to do the second Diablo 2 expansion. If they're going to eventually add that to the remaster. That would be really cool. I mean, I'm really happy that so many people enjoy Project Diablo 2. You know, and it is a really cool mod. I mean, I didn't play it. I mean, I just, you know, took a quick look at it and saw a few things. And I don't know. I just think a lot of the item changes they made were decisions I wouldn't make. So they just did a lot of things I didn't agree with. Not to say that in like a negative way, I just don't agree with it. You know, and I just would have done things different. But I think it's a really cool mod, and I mean, it's pretty cool that people like it, you know? I mean, I'll talk more about Project Diablo 2 probably soon. You know? We'll talk about it like a little bit more, but I wouldn't plan on me like playing it or anything in the future. Because I just have like a lot of other things going on. I don't think that they're going to have different items in the remaster. I'm just checking to see what all the other streamers are doing. Oh my god, dude. There's like no one watching Diablo streams. They're all just watching Llama stream. Trying to look at all this Diablo stuff. Huh. Man, my comment section is just blowing up with stuff now because of the announcement. Oh, hey, what's going on, Alex? Missed the blue hair. Yeah, I couldn't do the blue hair anymore because it just blue doesn't go with everything. and it just stains everything, and you always have to re-dye it all the time. So, and I like the color blue. I like wearing blue stuff. I have blue shirts, blue coats, blue shoes. I mean, and then everything ends up being blue, and it just doesn't look good. So that's why I just go with blonde. What's my favorite PvP character? I don't know. I just don't really PvP that much in the game. So I would probably say something basic like a Fist of Heaven's Paladin was really easy to play. But I really didn't do that much PvP. So probably watch Cooley's videos for that. See, he knows about PvP, I don't. So I don't know. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed the stream. I think we covered everything. We watched everything. So I don't know. I think I'm gonna get off now. So I love you guys very much, and I'm very sorry that I've been gone for so long. And 50 things you didn't know about Diablo 2 is coming out soon. I have a bunch of other announcements to make. I'm just not going to make them right now. So, yeah. I don't know. I'm just going to wait. So, I mean, there's just so much hype around the remaster right now. So, I'm just going to go with that. And then there'll be, like, I'll have more to share with you guys. And, like, I'm still working on it. So, but a lot of the announcements I was going to make, or that I'm going to make, really depended on if Diablo 2 is going to be remastered or not. Because if it wasn't, then, you know, there's just certain decisions that, you know, you got to make. I mean, if there was no remaster, it's kind of like, well, what's the future of Diablo 2? You know? Like, back when I started doing YouTube, I mean, you could actually play Battle.net, you know? And I like playing Battle.net. I like being on multiplayer. You know, I like playing Diablo 2 with other people. So I didn't do single player. At least you could play the game, you know? And last year, 2020, there were so many bots you couldn't even play Battle.net. I mean, the game is unplayable. So it's awesome that the remaster came out. If the remaster didn't come out, then we would probably be basically relying on mods and playing pluggy for the future of the game. So it's just good that they're doing this, so we don't have to rely completely on mods to play the game. So, but mods are pretty cool, man. And I'm glad that they're gonna leave the mods alone and they're not gonna take them down. So that's really important too, because there's just so much you could do with Diablo 2 as far as like modding and stuff. So, but all right. Well, I love you guys so much. I'll see you guys soon. And thank you everybody for the donations and all the nice comments and everything like that. And I hope you guys have a wonderful night, and I love you guys.